Captain's Log, Stardate 55174.1. Command has made the squadron aware of a system of warp speed facilitating gateways that fall within our operational area. Captain Grennan has assigned the Maxwell Planck and the Peltas to investigate this network. Current reports from the USS Andromeda have established that the network extends at least as far as Gorn disputed territory. Our mission includes retrieving the warp probes that the Andromeda deployed, analyzing their data, and further investigating the extent and nature of the network. Use of the network among local powers is evident. However, the ancient civilization that built the network is unknown, and a secondary part of our mission is to uncover additional information into their construction and origin as well. End log.
We start aboard the bridge of the Maxwell Planck as the two ships of the Peltas and Maxwell Planck drop out of warp just shy of one of the gates. All systems normal. We're at destination.
Begin scans for the signatures from the warp probes the USS Andromeda deployed here.
Give me reason science roll difficulty of 1.
All right.
Assisted by your ship's sensors science.
Yep. Starship roll.
Or else.
Sensor science, that means diff 0 then?
Yep.
Yep, I'm just going to do a crew roll here. That's the starship. Take the first starship as the assist.
Yeah.
Oof.
Alright, crew. Good job. Solid start.
Solid start, crew. Solid start.
So you can quash that complication you rolled.
Yeah, we'll just do that.
And quite swiftly, you're able to get a bead on your local space area. If I can get the page over there. Make sure I don't take you to... It's page 3, isn't it? That's the Hatfield maps. Too far.
When you encounter anything to do with the you know you've gone too far.
Yes, I don't think we've got a murder mysteries scheduled for tonight.
Challenge accepted.
The captain does disappear later in the episode.
This is true.
Left that behind. So, the Planck and the Peltas have dropped out of warp in this location here. I assume you're both at green, because right now you're not in hostile space, but you could be at yellow if you wanted to be.
Staying at green.
Staying at green.
So
point showing something we're not.
So sensors do detect the presence of the gate ahead of you. And further and further ranges, you can detect more gates that lead deeper into the sector and then branch off into various directions. These are the gates that have been mapped so far. And think of these among these spaces that are not marked on the map. There are some star systems, but you would basically be going effectively most ships would be going a considerable speed faster. Like warp 8 to warp 9 or warp 9.2 to warp 9.6, like it makes you go just that little bit faster. The Andromeda, when it went through, wasn't quite that fast, but it got through here quickly. The warp probes have been able to map out a good chunk of them, but they were still mapping last you heard from them over long range subspace. Right. Although they were reporting a whole lot. They were like, "Ping, we're still here. Ping, we're still here." It's like, okay, well, good to know they're still active.
And from the Andromeda's reports, these gates just provide kind of a warp boost. They don't enable any sort of transwarp speed.
Yeah, no, they seem to bend. They seem to be when you approach them, they'll light up and they start bending subspace around you a little bit. And so when you go through it, it creates a sort of membrane around the ship, and it makes you like if you're able to form a bubble, it makes it more efficient. If you didn't have a bubble, theoretically you could go like warp 1, warp 2, but but whether or not the gate would do that is not determined yet. But theoretically, these things could make a non-warp capable thing warp capable.
All right.
I mean, shoot a probe through it and find out.
Yeah. Helm, take us in closer. I want to start getting some scans of the structural elements of these stations. Take us to just outside of the range that the Andromeda's reports indicate the station's activated.
Okay. Up there. You can get into close range of the thing.
And we'll have the Pelthus keep escort pattern around the plank.
So staying about medium to them?
Yeah.
Approaching the gate, you can see the ring is big enough to accommodate any ship of scale 6 or smaller. It doesn't seem to be. It seems to be rather rigidly built, comprised of a variety of advanced materials such as duranium, tritanium, and so forth. Its power systems seem to be some form of combination of solar capture and various solar energy and other ambient energy, cosmic energy. Although it doesn't seem to have a traditional warp core, but it seems this thing, when it's not used, it kind of just sits there and builds up charge anyway. Sensors also indicate that it seems to give to your con, gives a slight ping to where the next gate is, which normally you'd only know from this gate. You'd only know where the next gate was in the line until you probably got to a nexus, and then it would let you know that there's others nearby.
All right.
Doesn't seem to have any weapon systems on it, although it does look weathered. Like, people who have maintained it have basically, some of the panels have been replaced. Some of the paint's been touched up so it's a little easier to see against the starry night, as it were, with like hints of like orange and yellow and gold and stuff like that. Because otherwise this thing would be probably a dark black or a matte black, and that's seeable against at visual range, but it makes it harder. And this thing's meant to be that makes it a little more navigationally safe. Sensor also indicates that at least this gate seems to give, each side of the gate gives an energy ping of a slightly different light frequency. On this map here, it actually shows what to the naked eye, they would just be blinking white lights. But to sensors, you're indicating a slight variance, and these light changes are showing what those variances are in relation to each other.
Well, you're the scientist, but there's got to be something that's keeping them from, drifting apart.
So, is there any sort of control center evident or anything such like that? Or are these pretty much just a superstructure?
It's a superstructure that's unmanned.
All right.
There are crawl spaces for maintenance and the like, for like meter tall or so humanoids, but not much more room than that. There's not even like a little like listening post room that some old facilities would have had in many years past.
Right. Let's begin some experimental activities then, shall we? Fire a sub-warp probe, see if it activates anything.
The probe launches out, drifts through the opening, and doesn't light up at all. It just passes right through the ring.
Very well. We know the Andromeda's probes travel through without difficulty, as well as the Andromeda itself. I believe our next course of action should be a direct examination of the facilities on board. Lieutenant Dorja, please give me a list for an away team to make a preliminary investigation into the superstructure of the ring.
Give me presence or reason command, assisted by your star crew and.
All right. I'll
I'm
take
trying to
reason.
think. And the ship will help you with comms plus command. We'll make this a difficulty 2. Very basic away mission. They're not, it's more just keeping them coordinated and then not just taking forever to do it.
Yeah. Alrighty. Reason command. Research focus.
Yeah.
Too.
Question.
Answer.
Would the Peltus be able to assist by recommending a crew member? Because Vesh is on the Peltus, and she specializes in crawl spaces and engineering.
I'll let Varder attempt to assist that way. Or she can roll to assist with insight command or insight engineering to kind of aid the away team expedition.
I'll do engineering. Would you accept the focuses of either Jeffrey's 2, Grease Monkey, Tinkering Power Systems, Self-Sealing Stem Bolts?
Which character is this again? Sorry.
This
Vesh?
is Crewman Vesh.
Vesh, yes, there you are. So,
Like I said, she is specifically designed to go in crawl spaces and fix shit.
Yeah. This is true.
I'll take power systems, yeah, or tinkering, either way. Why does she have durables in her equipment? Uh-oh.
Oh.
Yeah, that's an Efrix creation.
It's an efforts roll.
Oh no.
Just spend her
Yeah, I mean-
determination?
Yeah.
Would you accept
Or
the-
we can just quash it, so we have extra
Yeah,
successes.
can do. Oh, it's the difficulty 2?
2, yeah. So just hit it, and then the complications quashed.
Mhm.
Glad I could kill that momentum.
Investigating the structure, the materials seem. It does seem to have been the product of various species encountering this thing and repairing like a broken rung of a ladder or adding a new computer panel. Most of the structure is the original ancient alien tech, but there are little bits here and there that have been added on to kind of fix over things. That seems to have been enough. There's no real defense systems in it or security systems. It just seems like if you wanted to take one of these things apart, it would be a massive undertaking.
Right.
If someone and occasionally, sometimes people feel the need to take souvenirs, which Durable almost did, but she refrained. So there are bits and pieces that are missing that may have been important, but they don't seem to be critical because the ring's still there.
All right. Can we get a basic age on the alien components?
The original alien components are about 1,000 years old, I believe. Yes.
Oh. All right. Not as old as thought. And does this thing have any sort of computer system we can attempt to interface with?
The computer system seems to detect. It's almost as if it detected the system that you're using, and then it defaulted to that. So it kind of presents an LCARS like presentation. But you can access it. It'll let you poke around at it.
Yeah, just looking to see if there's any like archived information here or anything.
Looks mainly like maintenance logs. Some people have put in their own data in here, indicating that they fix things. It shows how much power it's used, how many times it's been used. Its power intake, its power output. And it indicates, you can find in the computer the location of the next gate, and the fact that it's operating. Like, it seems to be constantly doing a very low power subspace ping to make sure it's there, and then it records that and pings, and it checks basically every hour, like at a steady pace.
Mm-hmm. All right. Let's see, are this thing's power usage in any way superior to what Federation tech can accomplish for the same kinds of speeds?
Federation's never designed gates quite like this. There's a ring system that the Vulcans used a long time ago to make a shuttle kind of warp capable for a short while, or like a warp sled almost.
I guess I'm talking more like in terms of the speed that the gate adds to a ship, aside from it being an external power source, does it constitute net less energy being used overall? Basically,
Do you have
goal here is...
Do you have a free question? Otherwise, I'm gonna have to charge a threat for that.
I don't have a free question anymore. No.
It'll cost you a threat to know that.
I'll do it.
Your way team digs in a little more into the computer system, and it has discovered that the system uses quite a bit of energy each time it flings something or helps something flow through it. And it seems somehow these gates are this thing isn't kind of powering itself. It's almost as if they're sending power to each other somehow. So it's not just this one gate powering itself all on its own. It's being powered by its neighbor, who's powered by its neighbor, and then the power is kind of distributed across from it. So a lot of power is used to fling something, but it somehow, even if unless the entire network was being used at the same time, it would end up with a positive. It would have enough energy for another ship to follow, and after, and another, and another, and another. So almost like a distributed power network. Although how it's doing that's a little weird, because that's not a Tech Federation ship's like that. That'd be like a listening post being able to do that.
That seems like something worth investigating.
Essentially linked power systems.
It's like power systems, maybe like somehow quantumly entangled power systems or something.
How are they then where are they getting their power from in the first place?
I think they're getting it from all the stations collecting power, but then each station can use disproportionately more power at a time because they're pulling from the stores of all the stations.
What are they using to collect power?
Basic, sort of like the Bussard collectors that your ship has, so collecting various space dust and processing it, solar power, basically ambient radiation, which isn't a lot, and it does have a very basic reactor. Not a dilithium reactor, but like a basic power reactor that warp speed civilizations develop at the latter stage of space development. So I think I always mix them up. One's fusion, that cold fusion. No,
fission.
Fission. Thank you.
Yeah. Fusion. Fusion is
Fusion.
the more advanced one.
Fusion.
We,
Yeah.
we currently have nuclear fission technology.
So that fusion. So this thing has the initial fusion stage. That's the primary it probably was the one that turned everything on, and then the panels kind of were drawing power from everything that's around it, including probably the ships that are near it. Like not drawing power from it, but like your ship bleeds off a lot of heat, so you don't cook the people inside, and it takes some of that. It collects some of that and processes that into energy. That basically turns the ring into a massive. Part of the ring is the subspace flinging system. The rest of it is just powering the thing and trying to collect power so it keeps running.
Right.
But definitely each of these things on its own would not be enough. It would be each one wouldn't be able to feed itself. They're not gathering enough power. That'd be like you guys running around without a dilithium crystal. It's like, no, eventually you just lose power. You use up more power than you're gaining.
All right. So I guess the next thing I want the away team to start looking into is the mechanisms for power transfer. See if they can figure that out without dismantling the station.
The computers don't seem to give any indication as to how that works.
All right. So it's going to have to be a hardware investigation then.
They'd either have to tear it apart to reverse engineer it, or get to a computer core that has more information. Or investigate the pathways to see if there's something inherent in the space. Like maybe there's something about where it is.
All right.
Though there's nothing really special on basic sensors. You're in open. These things. The one thing I will note is that these gates are always in open space. They're not like sitting in the middle of in orbit of a star. They're in deep space mainly.
Got it. So then we'll take some deep scans of the station to be able to hopefully reconstruct simulations of it at a later point, if necessary. And recall the away team and start working on collecting the data probes.
Because if they mapped out enough, we might get lucky and they mapped a central hub or of some kind.
Exactly.
Like it would make sense for there to be one, but we've also seen things where they don't have any such sort of thing.
The distributed nature makes me think maybe not, but we'll see.
Last you heard about the probes, they were going along this path. So they should be arriving somewhere here in the next, within the day. To this gate, I should say.
All right. And I'm assuming we're capable of significantly higher speeds, so we could catch up with them fairly easily.
You'll be way ahead of it. These things were designed for the Andromeda to catch them. You guys move, and that's with the gates in mind. You guys go way faster than that, so you can be way ahead of it before it gets there. Before it gets to its
Peltas move way faster than that.
Oh, Peltas moves slower than Andromeda. You need the Maxwell to drag you along.
We've been doing it all the time already.
Yeah.
It probably dragged you along to begin with, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise I wouldn't be here yet.
Yeah.
3 days later, Pelta shows up. We're your support.
Just debris floating everywhere.
Exactly.
But we can still salvage myth they can't be killed by space.
I can still be killed by phasers, though. Alright, so yeah, after we call the away team, track to the Peltist, communicate with them, our intent to recover any non-transmittable data from the probes. I believe that was part of our mission parameters.
Yeah, recover the probes. Or at least get the data transferred from them to us and let them continue what they're doing. But yeah, let's go. I have a question for you. Was there logs of use? Was there logs of most recent use?
There was, yes.
Yeah, I just have to bear in mind. I'm thinking either its most recent use is by our probe, or it could say that there was some other vessel here, unknown to us, that was here recently. If we could figure
we
that
can
out, could be useful.
can send over the findings from the team to the Peltist if Varder wants to take a look at those things.
Yeah. Plus con. Comp? Computer's con. Oh, right, Reason Con. Reason Con is not terrible, it's a 12. I could just say, hey, Vux.
That's what she is there for.
Yeah, exactly. Just like, we have the information. Vux, would you mind?
Yeah, it's pretty much just like Myth doesn't care who went through last necessarily unless someone brings it up.
If we're just like, it could be useful to know. I want to know if there was a vessel going through here recently. It might not tell me its make, but it's useful to know.
And we know when the Andromeda went through.
Yeah.
At least roughly.
Yeah, and the Andromeda didn't come down this way. They were deeper into the network. This path was mapped by the probe when it came this way. The how recently is what you're trying to figure out.
And then if there's any other vessels from that, who wants to roll Vux?
I can do it if you want. Would you accept focuses in astronavigation, astrophysics, helm operation, Starfleet protocol?
I'll take astrophysics because the computer is saying this a object of this energy signature did this of this energy strength did this much. So she has to do some quick calculations in her head of like, okay, how big is that? And what does that mean?
Yeah, we're trying to find out when the probe used this particular gate, and then if there was the most recent one.
Because the gate isn't doing the translation of it's of this class ship or that class ship or this kind of space frame. It's like it has this many kelvins produced from its heat. It's like, well, that's helpful, I guess.
Like,
and I can
compare
do
that to our database of what produces that amount.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have momentum, so I'll just roll the 2, and she does have neural interface.
So she plugs herself in.
Right. It's me on the Peltist. I'm doing this. Haha. Computers con. No.
Do you want to re-roll it?
Well, you can, yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Hey. The momentum gained. Vux does some quick calculations, has to check against the ship computer a bit, and it is identified as an Andromeda class warp capable Type 10 probe. It's specially designated in the Memory Alpha database because the Andromeda custom made their own warp probe fleet.
And that's the most recent access of this gate?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was a few days ago.
Okay, so nothing's used it within the last few days. Reasonable. Well, let's just... It's not that interesting, Myth, but here you go. You like information in general.
Does she, though?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, I guess so. If Varder says so.
Listen, you researched all of Germany for a holiday.
Shh.
Alright, ready when you are.
Take us out.
As the two ships begin to form their warp bubble and you get within close range of the rings start lighting up. And a blue shimmering field appears in the middle. The con officer, knowing that that's what it's supposed to do, approaches it, and it just kind of adds another it starts the you can see on our little screen the warbling of the warp field. That's actually very good for the plank of the Peltist. Sorry, for the plank, it's very efficient. Peltist is a lot more disturbed in its wake, but it's kind of sitting with the plank's pocket of subspace, and all of a sudden it actually seems to smooth out in such a way that normally the plank moves a tiny bit slower because it's dragging someone else with it. This thing seems to account for that and smooths it out like you're one big ship. Well, one long ship, I should say.
Huh. Neat. We really should practice tailgating you so we can get that better.
And
Hey, now.
in essence, and you have increased to an effective speed of warp. What's your current warp? I know it goes.
It goes high.
9.985 for 6 hours, or 9.975. This thing moves you to 9.99,
Nice.
Oh,
and
nice.
that's it. And your engine is running just fine. Though your con officer reports that if they didn't hit another gate, the field that field is very unstable and it would collapse. Like that extra bit of efficiency would collapse because you're not producing it. So it's one of those things. As she's approaching the next one, there's that moment of, oh no, get ready to. Oh, everything's fine.
Uh-huh.
As you hit the next gate and you're flung even further. What would take you a day is what would take you somewhere around 12 hours or so is only going to take you like 6.
Market
Yay.
improvement.
I'm going to assume that the Peltus is taking extensive scans every time it goes through a gate.
Oh yeah, both ships are.
Oh, a
taking
piece of
extensive
candy
scans.
is what I imagine that.
As you're flying along, the stream of stars on the view screen come to start to streak and pull and stretch like space is being torn, and then everything starts turning a weird shade of red, and then you drop on board. Buck's looking
What?
mildly confused, like,
What's happened to both ships?
Varder is not sure yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
Are we still in tractor lock with the plank? That is asking the crew to confirm.
We just lost the plank. They just warp. We're out of warp.
Vox, confirm our location in space.
Reason con, difficulty 1, assisted by computers con.
Would you accept astro navigation?
Yes.
And she has a dedicated focus for this.
For being lost, yeah.
So,
Well, you accept a focus of being lost.
I mean, she also has the talent of Pathfinder, so she's good at plotting courses.
Yeah.
So I'll spend a momentum for cautious.
Oh.
So if she crits, she gets an extra momentum on top.
Nice.
I'll reroll a 0. Damn it.
Roll it again! Roll it again! You've got 2 rerolls with her.
Yeah, technically.
There you go.
Crisis averted.
And quick check to make sure there was any doubles in there. There was not.
That was a lot of 7s. Wow, all of your successes were 7s.
Huh.
I mean, too bad we're not on a slot machine.
Yeah, I know, right? This feels oddly like my command simulation.
Now you're getting it in the real world.
Oh shit,
I
I haven't even decided who the XO of the Peltus is yet.
No, you haven't.
Screw it. Vux is the XO.
She's
Nice.
technically the senior one on the bridge, aside from Varder, so makes sense.
I mean, plus I former con officer, so give it to the con officers.
No.
Yeah, is there a little bit of favoritism there?
No, I mean, we're not giving it to Tachibana.
Listen,
If,
Yeah.
if you're willing to call Pend out on it, he's willing to shoot you out of an airlock.
Admit it.
The thought would never cross Smith's mind. Obviously, people are always promoted for the right reasons.
Captain, we appear to be in two places at once. Subspaces for the next several light years is currently being disrupted.
All right, two spaces at once. Lieutenant. Or a means to identify the cause.
I can go over the results and see if I can figure something out.
Please do that. Let's try to identify why and then how to get out of it. And try to raise the plank. See if they can, for some reason, still receive our hails.
GM, is this a common thing? Something that's come up before?
I will take a momentum spend, or for information, or I'll take 2 momentum spend, as she might have a.
I believe that would be a Varda call.
I said go ahead and take the 2 if you want to.
Okay. Sorry, my internet's playing up again.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. While I'm typing this out, the role for your engineer, or your ship's ops, either way, it is a reason engineering assisted by ship's comms engineering, difficulty of 3.
Okay. Grennan, you there?
He is not.
He is not. Okay.
So it'd be Gerbil.
Yep. I think you're just rolling all my support characters pinned. Congratulations.
Apparently, yeah.
I can roll gerbil.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck with her reason score. I did not
Yeah,
create
just
this
look at
character.
that. She's a reasonable engineer. It was reason what to do the role?
Engineering.
Engineering.
She's got good engineering, but reason is a 7.
Uh-huh.
So that's an 11.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Vardar's got a 12, but I told Gerbil to do it, so you're doing it, damn it.
I've got cautious engineering, so I'll spend 1 there.
Go for it.
I mean, she also has a couple of focuses. Would
Don't think
apply?
one applies to communications.
Just to mess with the power system, tinker with the power systems.
Tinkering around with the specific communication wavelengths and such.
At increased complication. Since she's
Sure, why
tinkering.
not?
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, yeah, she's already rolling an 11. How worse can it get?
Exactly.
Oh my god!
Well,
18, 14, 16. Got it.
She just have determination, yeah.
I'll reroll 1 first, maybe?
Yeah. I'd save the reroll for after the determination spend.
Yeah.
I have returned.
Hello,
Welcome
return.
back. When you're in a tight spot, just wiggle, Fally.
Sorry, what?
Can we wiggle out of this subspace?
Yes, can we wiggle out of this subspace communications spot?
When we gave her that, we also had the idea that that just means she just starts wiggling. Like she herself starts wiggling. It's literally just dancing in place. Like, this is relieving my stress. Let's do it.
In this case, I'm gonna have to say no.
Damn.
Damn.
What character is this?
Gerbil.
Gerbil.
Love it.
There's a reason she's a crewman, I want to say.
There's a very good reason she's a crewman. Didn't she also have a different value, or did that get swapped out?
No, she's got one value. Mission directive value? Spend?
Unfortunately not. This is something that wasn't part of the mission.
Alright, re-rolling one then. Let's see if I crit. Nope.
Not quite. Okay.
See if the ship crits. Nope.
Ship. Was engineering the right role for that? For the ship?
For the ship, it's comms engineering. Yep.
That
So-
is quite the message.
Mhm.
1 and 2, yeah. You try, and the subspace distortion is so bad. You send out the message, your systems are working, and then it just garbles. And it by the time they're going to hear it, they're just going to hear. They might mistake it for background noise.
We can
Yeah.
hope that they don't, but
Captain, this is interesting.
Yeah.
There seems to be something outputting a subspace field that's shifting time. We're currently in two times in time and space. I can't really calculate anything faster than sublight speed. We could, quotation marks, go to warp, but we risk warping into anything. But I am picking up the Maxwell Planck at extreme range.
understood. Let's head towards the plank at maximum impulse would be your recommendation then, Lieutenant?
Yes, if we can technically go to warp, but we would be, well, flying blind.
I would rather not have a warp speed impact with something. While we have other options on the table, so full impulse towards the plank signal. Keep trying to ping them, Gerbil. If there's enough background noise, they might look more into it.
Meanwhile, on the plank, as you're flying along,
Unless we want to just fire a phaser past them, because that's more.
Captain, the plank, the peltis, that's gone. It just disappeared. I don't understand, says Max. My tractor beam's not holding on to anything. Where'd it go?
I love him.
I blame Max for all of this now.
Status report of the warp bubble.
We lost the warp bubble. It just destabilized and snapped. I'm not sure what's doing it. Engines are working. Field strength. I
Confirm,
can't get it to
bring us out of
form
warp.
again. Sorry, Captain?
Full stop.
Full stop, aye. Georgia starts tapping at this chair panel and then starts reading over, well, something.
Yeah. Ops, are you picking up anything on long-range scans? It's possible we lost contact with the Peltast at a distance.
Whoops, I hit the caps lock.
All right.
Oh.
Cool. Buy a dive for the ship. Crew. And assisting with the ship. Hold on. To change things because the ship actually cares about what systems are used.
Nope.
All right. Generate one.
There are 2 peltists at extreme range. They seem to be approaching you at high impulse from different directions.
Huh.
I'm the real peltist. No, I'm the real.
Real tough. Oh boy.
Orders, Captain.
Bring up the precise moment at which our warp field destabilized. I need to take a look at the dynamics of the field at that point in time.
Patched it through to your chair.
Thank you, Ensign.
And what, pray tell, is Myth looking for?
So looking at the moment of destabilization, obviously we're not sure about the cause, but I'm looking to see about any sorts of non-standard energy emissions, non-standard warp geometries, basically looking for anomalies at the moment of destabilization or directly before. All right. Take reason engineering.
I hate you people. I saw what's going on in Discord.
All right. 1 threat for an extra die. Focus in subspace theory.
Yep.
All right. Rolling 3. All right. So that's 4 successes plus the ship, computers, con. All right. Generate 1.
Okay. It would appear to you, as you read over what happened, that... Whoa, I went way too far in my notes. No, come back. It would seem that something is... some unknown source is outputting a subspace field that is disrupting subspace for several astronomical units and all several light years in all directions. And that field is basically out of sync with yours and the Peltus, so basically just knocked you right out of it. And it's at a weird subspace frequency that if you don't know what it's... The reason you and the Peltus can lock up is because you can tell each other your frequency and you can adjust for each other.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know what the other guy's frequency is, then you're just constantly chasing a frequency the entire time because it fluctuates every so often.
Yeah, chasing a waveform.
And the ship, and also it appears according to sensors that your ship is also in one of 2 places, currently in 2 places about 1 centimeter offset from each other. So they're currently, according to the computer, 2 Maxwell planks exactly where you are, and there's technically you about 2 centimeters that way, like just to the left. And obviously you can look and there's nothing there, but the computer's confused and it can't really get a good sense of what's going on around it. So it's giving garbage data, which you're able to kind of read through. That's why the diff's so high, because you have to go, well, obviously that's not what's going on. And actually with that same roll, you can tell which Peltus is which. One's a sensor shadow that's being created by the subspace disruption, and one's the real one. Because one's actually has like real life signs and mass. A mass would be the good one, yeah.
Yes. One of these distorts space-time, the other one only distorts subspace. I wonder which one's real.
And
feeding location of the sensor echo to your station ops. You should be able to filter that out, at least temporarily now. Precise cause still have to be investigated.
Eventually the Peltus and Maxwell Planck are able to rejoin each other. Once you're within basically almost, you have to basically almost get into like contact range before comms come back on again, and you can actually hear each other.
Good to
Commander Rudder, good to see you've made your way back.
good to be back from whatever's just happened or is still happening.
We have a source that's destabilizing subspace somewhere nearby. It caused a disruption in our warp field and some sensor communication as well. Difficulties.
Have we been able to
Report.
locate?
Captain, new contact. Large energy field on approach. ETA 6 hours. Whatever it is massive. It's almost like a space station.
Are we getting any further scans, and are we getting any communication from our probes?
We're getting nothing. The only thing we can see with any certainty is the peltist, and whatever that is.
Confirmed. Nature of the energy emissions.
And with that, end of scene. Oops, I went way too far. Quick check on the Kismet as it's patrolling around with Captain Grennan aboard, yes?
Hmm.
How far and about are you patrolling around? Are you staying very close to Shosku, or are you actually going like fairly out to like the neighboring sector and stuff like that?
I'm not going out too far. As I said, I want to more or less be at the beck and call of DSE.
Sitting at Green Alert?
Yes, just standard roll pattern. But it's sort of a if something happens at DSE, I want them to be able to call out to us and have us be there, get around and be there in short order.
You can give me Insight Command, difficulty of 1, assisted by the ship's sensors plus security, to get a feel for how dangerous or not dangerous the space around DSE is.
Okay, so that's difficulty 0 because the Kismet sensors.
Yep.
Still gonna spend a momentum for the reroll though.
In preparation for the all-consuming whiff.
Actually, that moon got moved. Oh, did you guys ever move that moon? You just investigated it, I think.
Yeah.
You said Insight Command?
Yes.
Oh yes.
I mean, what's the worst thing that can happen if we just leave it in orbit of a planet without a moon?
We were eventually going to figure out putting it back, but
It's actually pretty good where it is, honestly.
Yeah.
Someone roll the ship.
Not it.
What is it? Sensor science?
Sensor security.
Security. Well, I got our momentum back.
Yeah. Sensors indicate that it seems that the various Chigoan concerned ships that have been in the area have basically retreated out of Federation space. There's still some of those missing listening posts on the frontier at the edge of the sector, but you'd have to like go way out to bother fixing to actually replace them. But they're not in Federation space anymore. They've withdrawn for whatever reason. They haven't said anything. They haven't sent any message. They just withdrew. The Qua fighters seem to be scouting around a little bit, but they don't seem to be trying to hide or anything. If anything, they're basically Green Alert and they're kind of patrolling around and surveying the area mainly. The cruiser's nowhere in your space. You can see their signature way the heck out there because you know what to look for. No pirates in the area. And from your... Actually, since you're the one that's out there, you get to roll something else as well. See if you hear anything back from your friends.
Quote unquote.
Oh, they're your allies. Because you have the tugboat fleet. There's the Yandy out there, the Bellatrix. So you have a few people out there who might tell you what's going on. Where's the thing I'm looking for? There it is. So you can roll for me. A presence plus command roll, assisted by your squadron influence of 7. So basically, just roll a d20 and compare it to 7. See if your influence with your allies, if they give you any extra information that your sensors aren't telling you already.
Cool. That's neat. Difficulty?
1.
1. Gonna spend a momentum for the reroll.
Yep.
There we go. And I'll roll a d20.
What was that, diff 1 or 2?
1. The 2 momentum generated.
There we go.
You hear from the Yandy that trade seems to be going well elsewhere in Tallgrass. He doesn't call it that, of course, but you know where he's going, and he's basically in Tallgrass is a massive area. It's hard for him not to be in your operational area. Unless he goes way in, he goes all the way to the other starbase, But he seems to be trading. Everything seems to be fine on his end. There are people who are a little worried about the listing posts, but no one's panicking or anything. Everyone's just kind of concerned. But they know Starfleet's out there, so Starfleet's probably looking into it. The Bellatrix is still en route to Starbase 27. It left a few days ago. It's going to get out there and eventually get the next supply run and then load up and come back. So it probably won't be back for another week or so. Not just in travel time, just go there, buy, sell, trade, and then turn around, come back, stop along the way, then get to you. Because they've kind of turned it into a route now of getting to your base and getting to the other base and stopping along the way to keep doing stuff. And the tugboat fleet largely has been hanging around here at DSE. There's not a huge call for them to move in. No one's injured. No one's been shot at much. The Bellatrix was probably the only ship they might have tugged, but the Peltis did that for them, so they didn't need to. So they're largely just helping out the iterant ships and traders that are coming and going through DSE, who are just to help them dock or let their engines take a break, that sort of thing. Especially for ships that don't have a really good thruster systems. You don't want the station to have to do all the work of tractoring it in. It's well, let's get you in position first. We'll tug you a little bit. Okay, you're in range. We'll let you go. We'll back off. So yeah, the only thing of concern in your as far as you've heard across your friends and allies is the listening post, but even then it's more of a they'll probably get to it. There's a station. We know DSE's out there, so we know the Kismet's out there. We're not, and you're at the edge of the all the populated areas are deeper in. You're kind of on the frontier. There are small frontier places, all the other big places are out this way. There are some small frontier locations further in, but they're no more than 100 or so people in any given planet. Shoskyu is probably the biggest. That's why it's been labeled the Shoskyu sector, because it's the most important planet in the sector as far as the Federation's concerned.
Okay. So everything appears to be good.
Yep. And is Grannon just sitting the bridge, or is he going to be hanging out in his ready room during the survey?
He'll probably be hanging about on the bridge.
Okay.
He's not going to be a recluse.
Probably should go repair those outposts at some point.
Anything particular you'd like to do there, Grennan, before I check on Pend?
Nothing in particular at this very moment.
Okay. On the DSE, well, actually, I'm presuming you're on DSE, but you might not be. Where is Pend? He's had a few days of downtime. He might not be at DSE for all I know. Maybe he's skiing. I don't know.
He's gone to that colony planet to do the.
Yeah, no. No, it would still be on DSE because it's only a few days off, and there's nowhere he can really go with a few days.
It's true.
Maybe call up Vogel, see how she's doing.
Yeah.
Heard she got promoted.
I can do that out of session.
Yeah.
The medal too.
Actually, since you're on DSE, you can give me insight command difficulty of 1 to see how Wright's handling things. You're not really managing things, but you can get a sense of how the station's operating under her command.
Take a threat, because why not?
Sure.
Because you're threatening her to do a good job.
I apparently threaten everyone. I don't.
You don't really threaten Myth.
No, I don't really need to threaten Myth. I just tell Myth that if you do something wrong, you'll be reprimanded. And it's like, okay.
I mean, yeah, that's the normal operating procedure.
And it's like, oh, but I don't do anything wrong anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't think
It's
I
a
have any
non-issue.
focuses for this, so I'll reroll 1 just for shits and giggles.
So I realize, isn't the squadron strength 8? Isn't the fighter wing a strength of 8?
7.
Isn't that a scale 2? It's a Klingon heavy fighter?
Yeah.
And
Oh,
there's 6 little fighters.
Oh yeah, that's right. We got fighter
So
stats
I just
for
read
Klingon
that
fighters
when
now.
I was looking at things, and I was like, I think it was scale 8.
One,
Strength
two-
8, rather.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you wanted to envelop them into Tiger Squadron, yeah, you'd need another 8 squad strength on top of the deep space cost.
Oh, but as far as just a friendly flight wing, it's a 8.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If it was a fleet.
The sheet says a 7. That's what I was saying.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. You mean it's the Alliance? Duh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's because the Klingon ship isn't his. That's from the Klingon group. The Ace Wing just has these guys. Doesn't he? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I thought we gave
right.
him the Klingon ship. Like, we
Oh,
captured
you're right.
it.
That should be. Yeah, you're right. I'll fix that. Actually, thank you.
We didn't give the Klingons back their ship. They were pirates.
Take that.
That is generally a thing you don't do. I've just, thought about.
I mean, to be fair, the station was Orion, and we weren't giving that back to the pirates.
Exactly.
The station seems to be running fairly okay. Under her leadership, things are a little loose. They're not lax, but they're fairly loose. Seems to be it's run a lot more like a civilian station and a lot less like a Starfleet station, in the sense that it's more about making sure people are well rested, making sure everyone's putting in enough hours, that sort of thing. More looking after their health and well-being, less making sure this is a fire base or a security outpost, which that isn't what this place is, but it is an odd thing. Like when you're a starbase or station commander, you usually you try to balance, you run it more like a starship that's stationary rather than something different. But that doesn't seem to be disrupting her too much. She seems to be overcoming that. There seem to be quite a few sporting events that have started up on the station in the last few days. There are a lot of. It's almost like a training camp almost, of the station that she's slowly trying to turn the station into, because that's what she apparently gravitates to.
Well, technically, one of the things I asked her to do in the job title was help reach out to the surrounding sectors and planets and do this type of thing. So
Get it set up first, then reach out.
yeah, obviously, the more rapport we can build with the surrounding planets and systems, the better.
And I believe you wanted to work on your starship design.
Yes, if
Where-
possible.
There it is.
We're making Deep Space Boot Camp.
That's kind of what she's doing. She's like, I know how to train people in athletics and fitness. I used to do that all the time. It's like, okay, well, that's a thing you can do. Most commanders do security drills, but okay. Everyone's doing a jog today. Got it. So you got the engineering bit down. So of the other parts of this heavy cruiser you want to work on, the easiest thing to work on is the flight systems. The hardest thing to work on would be the intricate command systems and offices that because you're trying to create a strategic heavy cruiser. So that involves, and it's a command ship. So there's a lot of systems and a lot of very intricate systems you have to kind of get just right. So you're not drawing so much power to managing ships around it that it kind of makes itself a glass cannon from a command point of view. So the next thing to work on is command's the easiest, command's the hardest thing out of everything. The weapon systems and sensor systems are kind of difficult, but they're manageable, and there's also the medical faculties you have to that have to be figured in as well.
Well, I think definitely for the sensors and for the medical, I'd reach out to more qualified personnel to assist with that. But I could definitely do command, weapons, and con.
Okay. Which do you want to try to start first?
Could I get a difficulty inquiry on the three?
You are looking at, they're all extended. Oh, what am I doing?
GM, did you see what Myth put in the chat?
Just saw a glance of it. And And of your 3 days of downtime, you basically have three intervals. Three checks you can do. For momentum, you can get an additional attempt. Basically, that's you just working extra hard on it, or getting some people to help you with the project that are on station anyway.
Well, I'd probably spend one to get the extra interval, because I'd like to spend some time maybe working with Wright with her drills and maybe doing security drills with them.
Okay.
But I think I'll go for the command one.
Okay. So you're looking at, well, it's a command roll of some variety, and we're looking at, I would say, either control or reason command to figure out exactly how this command system is going to work. Because you're making a command ship that's more advanced than what's already out there, so it's actually worth people bothering to build the ship.
I'd probably choose control due to it being a 12. would you accept a focus in starships?
Yep.
I'm gonna spend. Oh, I'm going to roll 6 challenge dice.
Here we go.
Eventually, this will turn up penned, but it's not happened yet. You get 3.
Love
Ooh,
that.
hey, there it is. Oh, nice.
And I'm guessing I'm rolling 6 challenge dice.
You are.
I'll spend 1 to re-roll.
And let's
Actually, do I need to? Or should I just spend 1 for the breakthrough?
One, two, three, 4. You're at 4 work if you leave that alone.
I think I might just spend 1 for the breakthrough.
So get one of your magnitude down. Oh, that dip goes down as well because you got a breakthrough. And are you spending to cut down the interval?
Yeah, I'll spend once to cut down interval.
Okay. So you can get another roll in for your first day.
I'll give you a threat for a 3rd die. I'll re-roll. So that's a hit. That's another breakthrough.
5, so 10. Second magnitude. Dip goes down. So the big thing that you've discovered in your first day about the design is that this is fairly advanced and it's pushing the. It's going to be a very cutting edge command system that you're developing. And it's not just the computer systems, but it's also installing, trying to figure out programs to put into the computer to kind of speed things along. So there's a lot more automation in the system, but you can still have a large department of like one of the offices you actually had to design was like in the con departments, when a con department has like 2 or more in the department, they usually means there's an astronavigation like office. Like there's just navigators who are just constantly checking where the ship's going, what's around you, what's nearby, and telling the pilot what's going on. On the flip side, you now have a dedicated like command office where there's people checking reports from various people, looking over strategic overviews, checking over the current rules and regulations in Starfleet, that sort of thing. First contact protocols. On top of that, doing it in such a way that they can get that to the captain and the commander, and get that out to any ships nearby. So that way, they very quickly disseminate a lot of information quickly but it's trying to keep it relevant, and that's the big challenge, and that's why it's taking you such a effort to figure out how to get that to work without sacrificing the rest of the ship to do it. Because you could turn a starship into a massive office building, but then you'd have no phasers, no reactor, you know.
Yeah, it'd be kind of pointless then.
I mean, an office building in space sounds kind of cool. I don't know why?
We have a command of 5, 0, and everything else. And we have like 3 talents, all for command. Do you guys like do anything else? Not really, no.
But when it comes to paperwork, we crush that shit.
That's where Grennan was assigned before.
No one has love for the paper pushers. They do all the work until computers steal their jobs.
Ouch.
Too soon. Yeah, that is your first day of progress. You can push on into the second day if you like.
Yeah, I might as well.
I am going to increase the difficulty back up to 3.
I think it's still magnitude. Mag 2, not magnitude. Jesus.
And I'm going to bring down the work by 4. So magnitude, yeah, magnitude doesn't. I can't take back magnitude. Yeah. If I brought the work down by 4, it means you're at 6 of 21.
I'll give you a threat for a third die.
Yep.
And there's 6 work.
We'll do the five, 6.
And that's another breakthrough. Huzzah!
12. That brings it down to 1. Do you wish to spend to have an additional interval for your second day?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
It's going better than I thought it would. Take a threat for the reroll.
Okay. Well, the big trick of these rolls is that they take so much time. That's usually why it's hard for them. That's why I usually don't do them. It's like, if you have days of time to work on it, you can do it. But you guys have been shot at or attacked on the regular. So, yeah, 4 momentum. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
That's just filled the work track as well.
It looks like that you will not only have a rather advanced command system, but you also have protocols in place, rather. But you'll also have a fairly good computer automation system that will make it such that you'll be able to help other ships manage with each other rather easily. And you make some notes for the science department, whoever you get to work on that. Or whoever picks up the project, that part of the project. It's like, hey, here's some notes to put in. Here's stuff I need the computer to be able to do to make my job easier. So basically, it's almost like instead of science being higher, it's almost like I got pulled to make command better. But it's like, you guys still need to make the computer not suck, because otherwise everything I just did is pointless.
Well, would it be possible for me to spend 2 momentum to create the advantage of, I don't know, making it easier for someone else to do those roles?
Sure.
Or someone more competent to do those roles? I don't know.
For 2 momentum, you could spend it such that they have an advantage that they have notes from the command part of the project that, hey, here's some stuff that will make your life easier, so you don't have to start from scratch. I've saw it like almost like a Rubik's Cube. You kind of solved a couple of moves for them. It's like, that's not the whole thing, but that should help. I don't know what the rest of it is yet, but you can figure that out. I figured out the non-programming part of it.
We got through more of that than I thought we would.
And it leaves you with 1 day. Unless you want to try to tackle some other part of the project.
I mean, I could probably tackle the con and still do some work with Wright and the station. But no, I'll spend the last day doing the exercises with Wright and the crew, and offer her if she would like for me to run security drills with the crew and herself.
Roll presence command or security difficulty 2. She is assisting you.
Take a threat.
Sure.
I don't actually have a focus for commanding.
Oops.
Shocking.
Should pick up a team dynamics focus.
I might spend one of my arcs after this on it.
He's got 3.
2 momentum generated.
See, I don't get spotlights enough to get many arcs.
The fate of captains, man. I know that
Yeah,
feeling
it's-
exactly. You don't get spotlights that often as a captain.
Mhm.
You get to get all the credit or blame when everything's happening. Hooray! Hey, you haven't lost a starship. Yep, I lost 2 so far. Working on it. Working on a 3rd. Anyway,
Is it possible to create the advantage of our new Chigoan friends and maybe some other locals to take part?
yeah, they can have some cross-cultural outreach sort of thing. Between you and Wright, you learn that Wright is actually fairly good at security work for a former medical officer. She's okay with her presence of 9. She's okay at getting people to do things, but she seems more of it's outside of her focus range. She doesn't have any focuses for this sort of thing, but she might change that. However, you have learned about her that she has the talent of positive reinforcement. So she can, if she takes time to sit down with somebody, can do a presence medicine roll, difficulty 3, to give someone an advantage. And that's largely how she would overcome most. If she has a lot of lead time on a situation, that's how she'd do it. She'd talk to the lead officer and get them buffed as confident as possible, and then let them do their job.
I mean, that is helpful considering she's running a station and she needs to deal with different department heads.
And you also learn in the security exercises, she's the sort of person who will run in Ushan drawn to get into the melee because she's actually not a great shot. She's actually a better hand-to-hand fighter than she is than a shooter.
If you look into the security officer's logs of the last ship she served on, that is noted.
Which somehow that works. It's like you're taking a knife to a shootout. It's like, and that worked. What? She
Worked
runs in
against
there and
the
starts
Romulans
slashing
as well.
people.
I
When
mean,
we ambushed those Romulans, it worked a lot.
I mean, to be fair, once you close that distance, guns mean shit all.
Yeah. Which it throws off her security team because like, oh god, because in the exercises she's the command officer. Like, oh god, what are you doing? It's like, no, I'm fine. Like, oh no, good thing. And they've learned that about her now. They're a little the security teams are a little more like, oh, so we have to get used to that. Okay,
Yeah.
good to
We
know.
have to cover her.
We have to provide covering fire, yeah.
Is she still lieutenant?
Yep.
Lieutenant, it may be an idea to have a specialised close quarters unit to designate to yourself, because not all security officers are used to just charging in.
I suppose I can organize that. I have the authority.
At least that way, if a situation does arise, general security can handle situations, and if you are required to enter a situation, you have a specialised team.
The punch patrol.
I mean, there's a few sword fighters on here, and there's the fencing club, the kendo club. And she starts muttering to herself about the various. Apparently, there's at least 5 different sword fighting clubs that she has started on the station. 2 of them are new to you as of that security exercise.
Plus, depending on how well they perform, you may want to introduce that as standard training practices for the rest of your security team.
Wait, I could mandate hand-to-hand fighting modules?
Not as a only hand-to-hand, but you could recommend to your security department to add more practice for hand-to-hand. Remember, you are the commanding officer of this station.
Yeah, I know, sir. It's just when I tried to do it in my last postings, medical staff always cringe whenever you tell them that punching people and swords are involved.
Well,
We're not like.
I agree, but also if your people are trained into how to not get punched and how to not get stabbed, it reduces the injuries when it comes to life-threatening situations.
Hmm. See, that's what I was saying. And you're able to, while you're chatting away with Wright and figuring out your security. Oh, and as for the station, let's do a quick check-in with the station. I think station security is okay, if I remember the Arcania correctly. It's okay. Security of 3, it's pretty good. Could be better, but 3 is about what a station would have if it was expecting a fight. 4 and 5 is when you actually expect it to be like a fire base or something like that. So they're actually, she's not outpacing them security-wise, but she's not being crushed by people who know way more than she does about security.
I mean, to be fair, when it last got into a fight, it held its own.
Yeah. Grennan, give me Insight Command, difficulty 2, assisted by your ship's comms plus command, as you check in on your ships that went off on their little mission.
Spending a
They no longer
momentum.
exist.
Not in this plane of reality, at least.
God, that giant structure is just going to be a station that holds the entire race that created the gates, isn't it?
What's the difficulty 3?
The GM laughs, for he knows the truth.
Difficulty 2. So 2
We're at
momentum
full.
generated. Captain Grennan, as you're sitting the bridge and you kind of, as part of your duties, you kind of check in on the other ships of the squadron. You see DSEs right there. They're fine. The fighters aren't doing anything yet because the pilot's still figuring out what he's going to do. He's not. The last 3 days, he's been just organizing himself, figuring out what the heck he's going to do, where he's going to fly, what his missions are going to be like.
Probably trying to learn how to fly a Klingon raider.
Yeah, like it's figuring out that system. So he's not doing anything. And then you're like, okay, well, I'll check in on the Maxwell Planck and the Peltist, and you lost contact with them. They didn't check in. And you kind of roll the clock back real quick to see if maybe they checked in an hour early. That's not a thing Myth does, but maybe Barter did. You just missed it.
Might do.
And you're like, no, they actually haven't checked in for a while. And they're actually very late for a subspace check-in, which is usually not a great sign.
That's not a thing the CO of that particular ship would do.
And even though you're a paper pusher in the past, you have fought in multiple minor wars, and
Hey, I haven't been a pencil pusher for a while.
yeah, that's the reputation. It's like, oh, he's a pencil pusher. It's like, I fought in like in 3 different major engagements in the 10th. I
am a decorated officer. Damn it.
So there's that instinct in the back of your head of something. Most officers might have dismissed this, but something's wrong. That doesn't check out.
Is Thralic on the bridge?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. She's the second for the Kismet in security.
Thralic, hail DSE.
DSE on the line, Captain.
This is Captain in Deep Space Arcania.
DSE operations. How can I help you, Captain?
Please make sure that I need to speak with the station commander as soon as possible. If you could also put me in touch with Commander Pend at the same time, that would be great.
Stay by, Captain. I'll get them on right away. Station operations to Lieutenant Wright and Commander Pend. And you and Wright and Pend are kind of walking along and talking, and then you got hailed as you're walking along. Wright kind of looks at you and looks up a bit. We're here, operations. Go ahead. Captain on the line for you, for both of you, actually. Oh, that's not promising. She looks at you and...
I'll tap on the badge. Person you're dialed is not here at the moment. Please try again later.
Damn it, Pend.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You're not here at all, sir.
Pend, listen to me. The Maxwell Planck and the Peltist have not reported in. we are the Kismet is currently about to make due haste to their previous location. I'm not asking that you come along with us. I just need you to help the commander hold down the line.
I mean, to be fair, if anyone starts a fight again, we'll just do what we did last time, but with a extra fighter squadron. So we should be fine.
Understood. I'm just making you aware of the new situation.
Well, I'm not too
What's?
concerned.
I mean, forgive me, sirs, but is there a situation? Ships report in a little late all the time. Subspace anomalies, that sort of thing. They haven't been missing for a full cycle yet.
Yes,
It's a mission.
however, one of these vessels is commanded by Lieutenant, who is always completely punctual with her reports. The fact that neither ship has reported in within I assume like the past hour or so.
Past 2 hours, yeah.
Yeah. The fact that neither of them have reported in the past 2 hours is cause for concern. One ship not reporting in, that can be chalked off rather easily. Another ship not reporting in with one of the most punctual landers in the entire fleet, that warrants looking into, especially given the nature of the mission that I sent them on.
Right, kind of shrugs at Pend, like, I don't know.
Well, don't worry, Captain. We'll be here when you get back.
Good. Kismet out.
Throg looks to you. Orders, Captain.
Helm, plot a course for the Maxwell Planck's last known coordinates, maximum warp.
We're looking at least a day to get to them. Hopefully they can hold out until then.
See to it.
Aye, sir.
Benny Hill theme time.
Penn just looks to right. He gets like this now and again.
Well, I mean, it's nice to know we have a commanding officer who's willing to watch out for the squad.
Hey, you should be glad he has a thing for Cations and not Andorians, or he would be hounding you non-stop.
Oh, I don't think that'd be very appropriate. He's my senior officer.
Well, again, just be glad.
Didn't stop Riker.
She shrugs.
Didn't stop Kirk.
Since the Kismet's gone, I was actually thinking of trying to ask our Jagoan pilot friend to maybe take up some patrols for us, rather than using our shuttle fleet. What do you think? Or should we just use ours?
Oh, I did ask the Jagoans initially if they could help do some basic patrols in the system, but if you wish to talk to him, I'll back you up on it.
Yeah, I'm gonna get changed, and I'll set up a meeting for later today, or tonight, or do you want to do it tomorrow?
Oh, we can do it whenever. I'm still on my shore leave, so I don't care.
Until tomorrow.
I mean,
I just tapped out of my game. Good job.
to be fair, as long as he's got pants on, he's off. He's
As long as he's got pants on.
I hate so
now,
much.
The secret to removing Pend is to remove his pants, clearly.
I mean,
You
that
heard it
one
from
gets
Clearly.
rid of it.
himself. The powers in the pants.
Why?
Why not?
Scans of the large glow ahead of you appears to be a hazy purplish glow on the visual. Sensors seem to indicate that it is a large collection of almost like a cloud of something. But it doesn't fall into any normal space frame or natural phenomena.
Horrible guess one, it's a collection of previous vessels who end up in this situation.
Hmm.
Well, good luck finding that out.
Yeah.
Are we detecting any harmful emissions from the approaching object?
Reason science, difficulty of 1.
Oh, and to make sure you are advised and aware, Lieutenant Vux suggests that any warp travel is incredibly risky at the moment.
Yes, I believe that is fairly evident by the nature of our disturbance.
Mhm.
Insight science.
Ooh, here's another one. Here's another bad scenario this could be. Space energy creatures that survive by eating our sugar or some shit.
Our sugar.
Our sugar?
Myth's fine.
I'm fine, yeah.
See, you've overlooked the most dangerous foe. That's a giant mist of Grenon's Lost.
Explains the color.
Spending one momentum for a reroll.
Yep.
In before giant green space hand.
You don't necessarily want me helping you with this.
I think we're good with 2 float.
Yeah. I was gonna say, like, I've got an insight science 10.
Jesus.
Alright.
Oops, I know. And that, so you look over the readings and start making some educated guesses at what the heck the sensors are trying to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You can see why the computer's kind of like, it's a thing.
Yeah, that's definitely a thing.
Remember, you have enough float for an advantage, so.
I do.
Or questions.
Yep.
More questions.
I don't know where to start with questions here. I'm thinking.
Does this thing have the same energy readings as the warp gates?
The Stargates.
Damn it. I don't think so. I don't think it will. Based off of the information I have so far. But yeah, we can start off with does energy signature correspond to anything emitted by the gates? Oh, it does. Fun.
Was that a free quit? I know you're a commander, aren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm a commanding officer now. I have different abilities that I never use.
I forget what your exo abilities are.
No, because I'm using the commanding officer abilities, which, yeah, I actually prefer the exo ones personally.
I know, right?
What is it you can do as the commander? Just give someone a determination?
You can give someone your determination, yeah.
That's where the exo needs to spend 3 momentum to do the exact same thing.
Well, someone spends theirs and the commander goes, hey, you get to keep it.
Yeah, basically, the commander creates a determination, the captain moves a determination.
So the commander is like, you failed your veteran trick? Well, you keep it anyway.
Yeah.
Mhm. All right,
Yeah,
let's see
exactly.
what else.
Okay.
Ops, transmit these readings to the science lab. I'll want additional input. And what I'm doing there is I'm putting this into chat.
In theory, an XO and Captain could just synergize to
Mhm.
just give people determination.
Not on this crew.
I'm an intelligence officer.
All right, so that's what we know so far, folks.
Aha, yes, those are words, says Varder.
Would we be able to modify our sensors to focus on the infrared spectrum?
I think that would require a modification just to
You,
probably
set,
do sensor
you can,
protocol.
yeah, you can tune them a bit so it's a little easier to see. For one moment,
See, this is
you can learn something.
See, this is the part of the adventure where, like, it would be really cool to have someone who's like Geordie LaForge.
Did you say one
What
for
was that?
info?
Yeah, let's do that. One for info.
As you tune your sensors, you get a better. The science team's able to get a better look at what that haze is actually made of.
Wait, it's a star going through
Oh.
the gates? Oh, I think we just found how they generate power.
This is a Dyson swarm.
Dyson swarm?
I think this is a Dyson swarm. I might be wrong.
Is that something Starfleet's encountered before? Because we might be able to pull it from the computer and check.
Well, it's a theory that exists in like our time, so it would be a theory that exists. Starfleet may or may not have encountered one. We've
The
encountered
fact you
Dyson
know
spheres.
this is incredible.
There's a reason I like playing science officers.
I mean, for the unintelligent here, could you explain?
So the concept of a Dyson sphere is that you build a giant metal thing all the way around a star, which captures a bunch of energy and can be used for, any number of things. A Dyson swarm is the more realistic version of that, because making a structure that's that big and requires that much material and is also that rigid would be very difficult. It would be a lot easier to just deploy a bunch of very small satellites that capture the energy from the star and then beam that energy to collection facilities.
In other sense.
Yeah, and
beaming
if
them
the
to
objects are
gates.
close enough
possibly.
to each other, it's probably easy to beam the energy between them like a big network.
So, GM, does this conform with the basic idea of a Dyson swarm?
If I'm understanding this correctly,
Insight, science, difficulty 2 to answer that question.
if I'm understanding this correctly, we're out of phase, for lack of a better term. Yeah?
A little bit.
And this star with a swarm around it is also out of phase. And the swarm could be what's powering the gates as it goes through, just kind of like, yo, you have some juice and you have some juice.
Yeah, it could be doing that. I
Great.
mean, if this thing passed through the gate, that'd be more than enough power for any one gate.
Be a lot of power.
Yeah. Yeah.
And according to that roll, this is you are confirming that this is a theoretical version of a Dyson swarm.
This matches the basic properties, yeah.
They've never seen one before. This is something that's in a hollow deck or a hollow novel. Like it's like, oh, here's theoretically it's what it might look like. It's like, but here it is floating towards you, and that's probably what's giving off all the subspace disruption.
Yeah, probably.
Given if you
Time
actually
to
flung a star
intercept
through
was
the gate.
6 hours.
6 hours, yep. And actually, now that you figured, now that you got a better look at it, you're looking at more like 3 hours because it was distorting your perception of time.
Ah, good to know.
So,
Now that you have it dialed in a bit, you're getting a better read on it, so you're not seeing like doubles of it or anything. You're seeing it properly now.
Mm-hmm. And what's its speed and course for the term those?
Reason con difficulty 1.
Do you want
All right.
Bugs to?
No, I'm good with reason rolls.
Okay.
And I've actually, oh no, wait, I moved some of my points from con into command, but yeah, it's still decent.
I mean,
Yeah,
do
she
you want
can
the
still help
votes to
you if you would
assist?
like.
Yeah.
I still get the 1.
Yeah, you just look at the 1.
Androids.
Yeah. Taking our jobs.
Exactly.
I mean, do you want the assist?
Yeah, sure.
Astral navigation.
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. So this thing, it occurs between Myth and Vox. It occurs to you that this red haze is a combination of being in subspace and time being distorted at the same time. So you're actually, in a weird way, still moving at warp.
Huh.
So this thing's actually moving in relation to real space is moving way faster than it looks like it's moving. This thing looks
Got
like
it.
it's moving impulse. This thing actually is probably moving way faster than that. It will arrive at you around 3 hours. But if it's left alone in real space time, it's probably going to get all the way to DSE inside of 12.
All right. And then the other part of that was what's its kind of course, and I'm guessing from what you said that it's heading toward DSE.
It's heading towards the Shoshu system. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just like on a set pattern that it's following or something. Okay.
It does actually. It does seem to be going through the gates. It's just that the gates kind of this actually pass wide of the Liluri system, and it's going to go straight on to Shoshu. Like it's actually missing the other stars, but it is passing by the gates on the way there.
Interesting. All right.
You know, I really hope it's not like the Chigo supernova device
Oh no,
attached
it's
to a star in
slingshotting.
subspace.
It's slingshotting off the gate. It's stealing our move.
Yo, that would explain why they evacuated everyone.
All right.
We don't know they evacuated everyone though, but really? Slingshotting a supernova star through subspace?
It would be effective.
That is eccentric.
Attempt to establish the dangers with approaching closer to the swarm object.
Also a star, so any dangers affiliated with that, correct?
Well, yes, but it's a small star. I'm more thinking about unusual surroundings of the star, aside from the fact that we're in subspace and it's being distorted.
Yeah.
All right. Reason engineering. Take a threat.
Yep.
Xenotechnology.
Yeah.
Seems possibly applicable.
I say that thing about the Chigo, but it's also giving off the same energy signatures as the gate.
Mm-hmm.
And the gates,
All
as
right,
far as
that's
I'm aware, are not
three
giving off
fishing.
Chigo signals. They don't look like Chigo tech.
Oh, hey! Two float.
Well,
Go ahead.
if these things are networked in with each other, you could try to get one and hack into it.
I don't think they're that kind of networked.
The gates. Yeah.
So
No,
there's
I'm talking about the little things, the little
The gates.
swarm things
Oh,
the
around
swarm.
the.
Right.
potentially,
Yeah,
yeah.
So there are two risks here. So on one hand, although you have infrared, you did dial in for that, so that helps. Is that it is messing with subspace quite a lot and distorting space time. So if you hadn't dialed in, you had a risk of going too deep in and then getting well with it, way too close to the star. You can't and at this distance you can theoretically generate a warp field, and the further you get from it, the better. The easier it is to do, rather. If you're like, once you get into the swarm itself, like you start getting within like contact range of them, the warp field is just impossible. It's just too disruptive, and you won't be able to warp away from it. The other part of it is that the time distortion that it's doing, it's more intense the closer you get, and it's basically it's using a technology that your computers kind of do, but at a way more advanced level. Basically, it's making everything move just a little bit faster, or making times pass by a little bit quicker. And that you do that on a local distortion for like your computer core, so your computer can do more calculations with less time. This thing's doing it on you do that for like a thing that's as big as a mainframe computer, as big as a warp core. Think the computer core being that big as a warp core, and then it being dilated, time dilated a little bit, so it moves a little bit faster, so the rest of the ship goes quicker. This thing's doing that on the scale of this swarm. So time will pass by faster the closer in you get.
All right.
And actually, the problem with that is, I'll note, is that if that same distortion hits something else, it could influence anything around it. So like astronomical phenomena, planets, ships. So yeah, those are the risks. It's not auto deadly, but there are risks and there are
risks,
complications.
I've got an idea. So if you want to get your hands on one of those, you could possibly send in a probe with a pre-programmed set of instructions to try and pick one of those things up.
It's possible, yeah.
But also, we don't know if lifting something from the net could be problematic.
Right. Also, they're pretty small. We'd probably get a few of them.
Yeah.
All right. So, comms open with the peltist.
Yeah.
The object appears to be on a intercept course with the Shosku system. I believe we should determine whether this is a hostile action, a result of the Gateway Network's normal operation, or some other alternative. While we are attempting to discover this, I recommend we keep station keeping distance between us and the object, as there is a time distortion that would make approaching too close somewhat dangerous without relevant purpose.
Understood. Is it heading to Shoshu just from the virtue of the gate points at Shoshu, or like does this gate basically just point to Shoshu?
Yes, but it's with a bit of complicated astronavigational math. It's accounting for a three-dimensional target light years away from you, and this thing is dialed in for hitting Shosku dead on. Because if you go like even a few degrees up, as a relative to the plane, to your travel plane, you're gonna shoot. If you extend it over light years, you're gonna blow right over it by like several light years.
It's dead. Okay. Yeah. That the odds of that are I don't know, but astronomical. I would imagine.
Yes.
We could probably figure that
They
out.
are
like
astronomical.
2 seconds flat.
That's the exact wording for it. Yes.
These are astronomical odds we're working with.
Alright,
Indeed, the likelihood of this being accidental seems slim at best.
once it leaves the gate system, it should slow down, though, correct? After a certain point? You would assume that would be what would happen to us.
The time dilation that the system is engaged in puts an intercept with Shosku's system at around 12 hours. As moving through subspace, it is achieving superluminal velocities.
Have we been able to identify the technology, or is it this unknown alien race technology?
We've been able to determine that it shares some characteristics with the gateway technology. However, further investigation will be required.
Oh, actually, shit. The Shigo, they've got the whole precursor tech thing, and they're very good at using it. This might have similarities with Shigo tech as a result, if we could check for that.
I'll cross-reference that.
Because if we know better what we're dealing with, we have a better way of attempting to counter it.
Indeed.
I've heard reports of them using, a star as a weapon, and I'd rather not have that play out. I don't know what we're going to use the other two float for, so if you've got an idea.
I will figure it out.
Well, your last thing was for scanning it, so I don't know, make scanning the thing easier. Like you've managed to accommodate for dilation, etc.
Actually, for 2 momentum, there is something in particular I'll do.
Hey,
You'll see something.
sounds good.
Is that roll for me or for Varder?
That's
Either.
for Barter's question.
Okay. Reason.
Oh, hi.
And you can help if you want. Reason. Okay, this.
I mean, is
Sure,
yeah, you
Touchy
could
Man
thread.
better than you?
No. I've got a 15. Touchbang can suck it.
Poor Tachiva.
Poor Tasha
I don't think I've got a focus for stars or Shigo tactical systems. If we're thinking about Shigo weapon systems in that sense.
No.
No. That was kind of a reach, and I knew it. I don't think this is guerrilla warfare.
No.
Like, throwing a star at someone does seem like something a gorilla would do.
I mean, throwing a star at someone is kind of more on the lines of big dick energy.
It's a bit of both. It's just it's an improvised explosive device made out of a star.
God damn.
That's a very advanced civilization where that's improvising.
Uh-huh.
We just threw one together,
Yeah.
We just
fair
picked up
parts.
the local star. We got one lying around.
In other words, I don't have psionics. Or not psionics. Lead by example. Focus. Words.
No focus.
Damn, my mind is jumping all over the place here. Roll 3. There we go.
All right.
Wow, I nat one to that. I've got a reroll anyway. Yo.
Nice. I don't
Help
think you need an
us.
assist from me at that point.
I mean, if you want to, go ahead. But yeah, Peltus, let's see what you do. Where are you? That's the crew. That's the ship. Yay! I just changed my computer's language to Chinese by accident.
Yeah, that happens to me all the time too.
Okay, I'm good.
This does not match up with the any. Chugoan tech has bits and bobs of their tech, but largely it's the Chigo are aping after someone who is far more advanced than they are and trying to guess at how everything works. Whereas this is built by the real McCoy, as it were.
Okay.
So this is
why are they throwing a star at us?
It could be built by them and then used by someone else.
Possible.
Potentially. We don't. Also, are those us?
Yeah, so sensors detect in that field some of those little things you're seeing have formed up into approximately the size and dimensions as your starships. It's
Um,
not perfect because it's made up of these little a ton of different little plates that seem to shimmer with the purple haze glow of the star.
I've actually got an out there, an out there thing I'd like to put forward.
I've got an idea for something with that float as well.
Is or can Vada feel a consciousness
Presence.
from the start? A presence?
For 2 momentum.
And can we use the float for that or no?
You can use the float for that, yeah.
Okay. Wasn't sure if that was similar enough.
The whole haze. You feel a group consciousness.
Okay, fantastic.
There's a group consciousness, and then there seems to be one singular consciousness that's separate from them.
Okay, I was going to use the float. I was going over this in a security capacity and basically trying to compare things. Would I be able to see if there's any kind of signal or anything that's outside of this swarm, like anything going to or coming from? Aside, I think it was energy transfer was the thing we knew was already happening.
Mm-hmm.
No, we assumed energy transfer was happening.
You
We didn't
did.
actually confirm it was. So anything like that for the extra flow we've got. If there's coming or goings in terms of signals or transmissions or something.
Yeah, I'll take the momentum from you.
Yeah.
Not really. This thing's giving off a lot of energy and such. But you're not seeing any subspace signals or other signals coming and going from the swarm or from the mock-up ships in front of you.
Okay. Oh well. I'm assuming the peltist and the plank are just kind of in communication at this point. We're not really severing that.
Yeah, because you're in contact range with each other. As long as you're really close to each other, you can still kind of hear each other through the interference.
Myth. I'm. Well, first off, as far as Chigotech, no. They're. It's like they're trying to emulate something, and this is not an emulation. This is. We found it.
Indeed.
But a more. Not what I was expecting. Finding is well, a consciousness in the direction of that, like a group consciousness, and then a separate singular consciousness, separate from that. That was what you said, right, GM?
Yes.
Yeah. So something psionic, potentially.
At least some form of intent, or is this more along the lines of the presence you'd pick up from a non-sapient creature?
Good question.
The presence is far too alien. You're aware of the presence, but it's too strange. You've never run into anything like this. Even the ocean is a lot more. It makes oddly more sense to you.
Yeah.
It's like the difference between the whole ocean being full of people who are alive and then each droplet of water being conscious and working together. It's a weird thing to wrap your head around. It's like,
It's like trying to think about it. It's like a simple answer, no. I would need to, I think, reach out to them in that capacity, and I'm not entirely sure if that would be effective. In the sense of, I don't know what it is beyond that it is there.
Understood. If this is a form of life, though we should attempt to make communication rather than simply attempting to stop this object's progress.
Well, I know proximity is good for assisting such contact if we want to attempt psionic alongside potentially standard hailing frequencies. though, I don't know what we want to do about the shadow selves that are over there. I think
Indeed,
is the best
it
way to
is-
describe them.
If this is indeed a consciousness, it could be possible that it is attempting to communicate through these echoes or shadows of our ships.
If they're shadows of our ships, perhaps they've replicated our hailing technology, communications technology. We could
Indeed.
attempt hailing
Ops.
ourselves.
Hailing frequencies.
I'll try.
Indeed.
I mean, we've
It'll be
got our own
difficult, I'm sure.
communication codes at least.
Engineering difficulty 3. Okay, cool.
You could have your crew roll and assist them, or just roll and have the crew assist you.
Yeah, I'm looking at that right now. Yeah, I'll assist the crew roll here.
You don't want me to assist you. Unless, like,
spend
desperate
one
needs.
for a third ship die.
See, that's not terrible. I'm a 12. That's not terrible.
Rolling 3 for the crew.
Okay, crew.
Wow. Crew, what's up today? Not usually like this. Ship is assisting with comms engineering.
Okay, do you want a barter assist then?
We'll see. And a miss. There we go. 3. We hit
Okay.
it.
Do you want the assist of 12?
Up to you, flavor-wise, if you want to do it or not.
I mean, in sense of having both ships attempt with whatever they've got, yeah, that makes sense. So, hey, wow, I barely hit that.
Spend 2 to squash.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, the signal's not scattering. They shrug like, there's no transponder to lock onto, so I don't know if they hear us or not.
Understood. It was worth the attempt, at least. Audio open.
Audio open.
This is Lieutenant Commander Myth of the USS Maxwell Planck. We have reason to believe that there may be some consciousness which we are addressing. Your Dyson swarm is currently on an intercept course with an inhabited system. Can you please state your intentions if you are able to communicate?
Communicate in this manner.
Yeah, if you're able to communicate over this frequency.
Maybe broadcast like Federation code, not code, but how you communicate.
Yeah, no, standard greetings, all channels. Which is like trying every possible permutation of language we've discovered, essentially. See if we get responses.
Give me Insight Science. Difficulty 1.
Right? I'll just that, I guess.
To notice something about what the ships are doing on sensors.
Subspace theory or xenotechnology?
Yep.
There we go.
It would seem that you're waiting for a response over audio, and there's this uncomfortable like pause of like, yeah. Well. You do notice that The nav lights on the ships, or the approximation of nav lights on the ships, as it seems these panels seem to be flickering lights on them, as if they're trying to look like you. You notice that they seem to be doing a sequence of something. You'll see both of them light up their lights roughly at the same time, and then they light it up in a sequence that looks like a line is being drawn from the peltast over to the plank. Then it looks like they're drawing a triangle across the top of the ship. Then it looks like they're drawing an X across it. Then a pentagram. Then a hexagram. Then it stops. And then you'll see one bright light. Draws a line. They draw a triangle over the top of them. They flash an X across them. It's very subtle, but it takes a second of like, wait.
Yeah, so
they're just repeating that over and over.
Line, triangle, X, pentagram, what?
hexagon.
Hexagram.
Just figured that.
Highlight section 482 by 381 enhance.
You know, if that's Morse code, it's not any Morse code I recognize.
It's the number of endpoints.
2,
Feed
3, 4, something.
A line has 2 endpoints, a triangle has 3, an X has 4 endpoints, pentagram has 5 endpoints,
6,
hexagram has 6.
1, 2, 4, 6. Yeah, that's a statement of that's a thing. I don't remember what it is, but yeah, good catch.
2, 4, 5, 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, because there's a dot at the beginning.
Oh, right, yeah.
There you go.
That appears to be a basic universal scriptor of understanding of basic numbering or mathematics. I believe you would agree, Lieutenant? She looks over at Dorja.
It seems so, but I don't know what they expect us to say back. It's not any prime number or a Fibonacci sequence. It's just they're just counting.
Maybe they're wanting to see if we get a basic understanding and give them something back. Maybe just the same thing back.
We can certainly attempt reflecting the signal.
And, you know, if anything, that shows we're at least attempting something, if not understanding what their attempt means.
I believe it's worth the attempt to see if there's any change in their behavior subsequently. Engineering?
Yes, Captain.
Mimic. Feeding you visual data, I need you to replicate this pattern across the device of both ships, transmit all necessary data to the peltast.
Vesh, you're coordinating with the Planks Engineering.
The two ships begin flashing their lights. In what pattern are you? What are you sending back at them?
Maybe
replicating
we
it right
could
back?
go 7, perhaps 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah, let's try that. 7, 8, 9, 10. See if that... Because that's understanding the original message and furthering it rather than just mimicry, which is easier.
A different meaning for escalating the situation.
Yeah.
As you start blinking the lights, eventually, as you get up to a 9-point shape, all their lights are flickering green at you, over and over and over, and then they stop. And then red lights show up on the nav lights. Except this time it seems to be flashing multiple numbers at you. Like it's flashing 7 times, stops, 11 times, stop, 13 times, stop, 17 times, stop, 19 times, stop. It pauses for a bit, and then it repeats the sequence. And I will put that in the chat for you.
That might just.
I think I
You
got
got it. You beat me to it. Good
Those
job.
I was gonna say that might just be an alphanumeric substitution.
4 to 4242. That's the difference between each number.
Those are also
Those
primes.
are also prime, yeah.
Can I just point out what happened last time we tried to solve a puzzle?
I don't know. I don't know if I was there.
Two other people there.
Oh.
And it required us to figure out flashing colours.
Oh, that one.
Flashback. I'm getting flashbacks.
I just know the last time we tried flashing lights at people, we both failed to read the other's message and nearly ended up shooting each other.
Alright, so that's a prime sequence, but it's starting with 7.
Oh, maybe we have to do the preceding primes down to 1? Or down to 2? Which would be 5, 3, 2, 1.
Maybe?
Maybe.
See,
The only other thing.
this is why I purposely asked the GM for, I'm a dum-dum, can I have a clue? Or can I pay for a clue?
You can actually roll reason or science or reason command, because command actually covers first contact protocols. That's news to me. Difficulty of 1.
Reason command, I've got a 14.
So, yes, you can always ask the GM for a dum-dum roll.
Maybe we should
My
have
character
Myth,
knows things, but I do not.
maybe we should have Myth make this roll because it's a reason roll.
Yeah,
I
can help
also
her.
have a 14.
Yeah, and I can assist you either way.
Yeah, sure. I'll.
It's not like we're in communication this entire time.
Like, because it's always a case
Right.
of our characters are smart, but it doesn't always mean we are.
Yeah, I'm like, I know this is going to be like obvious in retrospect, but right now I'm like, ooh,
I
this
know,
is
I'm
cool.
terrible at math, so it's probably not obvious to me.
Well, you got it. Those are in fact a sequence of 5 prime numbers.
Oh.
Okay.
And it does seem like they prefer you to count up. They don't seem to be asking you to count down.
Okay, so that means the next
That's
set will be, let me just type those out. 20, yeah, 23, 29, 29.
I'm trying to remember. I can also just look these up, which I really
1.
Prime numbers.
These are a thing that are known to humans. I don't have to think of them myself.
See, but again, like us, we don't know these off by hand as we're the dum-dum
Even your
roll.
character's probably like, I'll just look up on the computer real quick. I have a super fast computer that time dilates so I can do
Myth is
crazy
a super
quantum
fast
computer.
That's
I think I can
true.
ask it prime numbers.
Uh-huh.
Myth probably operates on prime numbers half the time.
I think that's the next set of 5.
Yeah. That looks right to me.
Is that what you're pointing at them?
Let's try it.
They shoot you.
Aww.
It
Not
takes a bit
again.
because you have to. It takes a while for those blinks of light to come up, but you're flashing them basically as quick as they are.
Hmm.
And once you hit 41, you're getting ready to calculate the next one, put in the next one. They start flashing. The green lights start flickering at you, and then they stop. The shapes become the little panels start coming a lot closer together to make a much more firm shape, and sensors seem to indicate a M-class atmosphere aboard both ships. And the thing seems to have slowed way down.
I believe we have received an invitation.
Yeah, that's I know we're supposed to be very trusting, but if they can change the atmosphere, the click of a finger, that's you'll be fine, Lieutenant Commander.
Are we gonna have to play whale songs?
Yes, I believe the specific nature of this mission makes me a logical choice for first contact.
I mean, you do realise
No.
you have a goddamn spacesuit.
Yeah,
Yeah, also
but
you have
also
space.
that's kind of like, I'll go with you. It'll be fine. We'll just have to make sure we've got a. I'll just hold my breath and run to a shuttle if we need it. If we're taking a shuttle over or beaming over, your call, Lieutenant Commander. We'll just not agitate them.
I believe the shuttle shows our intent more clearly.
They also might not understand beaming technology. I would assume they do, but I'd rather not take wild guesses and be wrong.
Beaming
Also,
directly onto their ship could be construed as a hostile action, even if these
also-
ships are merely constructs.
I also, when I think about it, don't know if beaming would work in our current situation. Just as a thought, with time and space dilation, that sounds like a good recipe for being scattered across, well, time and space.
Indeed, Commander.
Right.
Khan, take us a little bit closer and have the shuttle bay prepare a Type 7 shuttlecraft.
I'll shadow your movements and the Peltas will shadow your movements, and I'll meet you in the Peltas shuttle bay to go over.
The ship starts shuddering for a second, and then eventually it smooths out. Con officer kind of looks around themselves for a second, like look back at their controls, shrug, and they keep tapping at their controls, like they're not sure what happened, but they don't seem to be panicking yet.
Fucks, you'll have the bridge.
So who intends to shuttle over?
Lieutenant Dorja, I realize this breaks with standard operating procedure. However, I believe that in this circumstance, I am uniquely qualified for this mission. I hope you will not protest.
It makes the most sense safety-wise. It does seem we can get some sort of lock if we're this close to them. It's almost like the field strength is lower now that we're closer to these simulacra.
Very good. Then I will be having you keep a lock on our coordinates.
We'll certainly try. Are you going to bring a team with you or just going by yourself, Captain?
I believe, who do we have on board who might be who might be helpful here?
Well, most of the
Slash-
senior ranks of the squadron are over on the Peltas currently. But we do have some here as well. Cough, cough, you can use supporting characters from your... As long as they're not already being used on the... or on the other ships.
Yeah.
Lieutenant Max. Lieutenant Max.
He's not a
Lieutenant
support
Max.
character. Do not bring him over.
I've brought him places before. It's been fine.
You've got one chief of security going already. Do not make me throttle him.
Actually, two of the Peltas has been used at summoning Vux and
Yeah.
Gerbil.
2 of the Peltas, 3. However, Vux is technically the XO of the Peltas, so I don't know if bringing her would be smart. Gerbils.
Yeah, no. I'm going to say we've got Bonseb with us, if that works.
I mean, yeah, we're going to a gateway used by aliens. It makes sense to have a diplomatic attaché.
Yeah.
Hey, Brosep.
Hey, Brosep. And then I'm honestly tempted to bring the Planks Doctor. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, I think that might be a good, especially if we're gonna end up dealing with like an alien entity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
Okay.
Dr. Sooth, Mr. Bonsab, please report to Shuttle Bay 1.
She just uses Planck crew stats. With
Yeah.
Thing. Yeah. Do we want the... No. I was thinking the transport beacons that you can have on an individual.
The transport enhancers, that would cost you 1 opportunity. Actually, even taking a spacesuit with you is going to cost you 1 opportunity.
I'm not even thinking about taking a spacesuit. It's like, we'll trust them because wearing a spacesuit onto an environment that they prepared for us does seem kind of like a lack of trust in them. which isn't exactly advisable, I'm sure Bonsep would say. Agree. Let's just ask you. You're here. What do you think, Bonsep?
I think he would agree.
I feel like he would agree. I've been spending too much time with a diplomat. I'm getting diplomatic nuance down.
Heh.
The day hell freezes over.
I need to go back to a war.
No. All right.
War is
So
diplomacy by other means.
he would
Reminds
say that,
Bonsep.
wouldn't he?
Great.
Really, what-
Yeah, so I like the idea of transport enhancers just on the sense of if we need to get a rapid transport lock, it is easier to do so. Especially for crew that might be vulnerable to a changing atmosphere. I.e. everyone but Myth.
Mhm.
Even potentially Myth, depending on what they change the atmosphere to. It's just a cost of 1. So
They're pretty obvious, though.
aren't they? They're just like a little thingy.
They're like almost they're almost as tall as you are.
Oh.
Transport enhancers are like the big tripods that you set up.
Oh no, I wasn't. I was thinking the not the transport enhancers, like the thing that
the homing
makes it
beacon
easier to get a lock on you.
Yeah, you're thinking the subcutaneous homing
Yeah.
thing you can put on. Yeah,
I
that-
don't. Those essentially
that's
aren't those essentially analogous to a comm badge, though?
They do. They're basically screamers. The problem with the difference between comm badge and one of these things, comm badge lets them see you, and makes it possible in a crowded room, in like a crowd, they can beam 3 people out of there instead of everybody. These little things are basically pinging like crazy when you turn them on, and it's if you're trying to be like super sneaky stealth squad, you have this blinking subspace light on in your body, giving away where you are.
I'd
There's
kind of
comm badge
veto that one.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
All right, so we've got 4 people going over on a Type 7.
Which types? Oh, you don't have named Type 7s for the
I-
thing.
I do.
You do? You named
Yeah.
plank shuttles? Oh my god.
I did. They're in the launch bay. We're
What?
taking the shuttlecraft electric.
Right.
7. But we can look, and the T'Pren basically has the stats we need. We just have a name for it.
So are you doing the body electric?
No.
Oh, right, the well-supplied shuttle.
It's also the one that isn't armed. So it's...
And
Sad
I'll be right back.
Bajora
I have to
noises.
play from the mic.
all right.
It's the
Yeah,
one that's not armed. The sad Bajoran noises. Give me an Eva suit so I can lean out the door and fire my phaser.
Oh, I'm sure it probably has like phaser rifles. It just doesn't have phaser like arrays.
Yeah, so just give me an Eva suit, stand me in the door,
Uh-huh.
and I can fire a phaser rifle out.
Man, you really need to punch someone, don't you?
No.
He really does.
I'm just imagining that happening and just the doing a drive-by in a shuttlecraft.
Oh my god, a drive by the shuttle.
Oh God, why?
Because it amuses me as an idea. We do have the runabout electric boogaloo.
No, we don't. It never got delivered, remember?
It will. We will get it.
And I'm back.
Hello, Bag.
New scene.
You missed Varder expressing the desire to do a drive-by in a shuttlecraft.
I didn't express the desire to, I stated the possibility of it.
I feel like the desire was implied.
How dare you?
On the following morning, Wright comes to find Commander Pend. Where would he be? Because he's not obligated to be at ops, so.
Oh, probably in the mess hall with a drink and going over some pads.
Commander, good morning.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
I have a squadron question for you. We were keeping tabs on the Kismet while I was heading toward the gate. We just lost contact with it as of 2 hours ago. We can't see it anymore. I even tried to contact our Quaqua friends, and they don't see them either. I'm beginning to think we might want to send I'm not sure if we should risk sending a rescue fleet or asking our allies to look into it, but we don't know what's making these ships disappear.
Have we discovered any debris in their last known locations?
At this range, my officers tell me that it's hard to tell, but they didn't see any large explosion or anything like that. Neither did our Quaqua allies. But if they crashed or were powered down, she shrugs.
It's possible something's happened with the gates, but it's nothing the station can assist with, and the more ships we keep sending, the more ships we keep possibly sending into the same situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's would probably be best, even though it sounds a bit cold, is to leave them and let them handle it. You've got a dedicated science vessel, a combat vessel, and an all-round vessel with a focus in commanding other ships. If the three of them together cannot figure a way out of this, then there's nothing we could send to help them.
She looks around a little uncomfortably, fiddles with her pad a bit. Like she's trying to think of something to say, and just nothing's coming to mind. It's like, no.
I'd send if you wish, send a report to Starbase 27 to inform them, but I would wait a day or two before we take our next step.
Hi, Commander. I'll send a report off to 27 then, and I'll let them know that we'll wait a full cycle and see what happens. Now that I think of it, though, we do have a slight problem. I think the Qualcomm might send their ships to go after them without us. She looks at you. I mean, it tracks, right? The captain got some sort of what was it? Some sort of honorary weapon or pistol or something like that. They may see it as this. If they're anything like the Klingons, maybe they might try to chase after him. Should we try to discourage them from doing that, or just let them do it? It's hard to tell someone else what to do, but...
Well, I know they would prefer to speak to you out of the two of us. Maybe you could convince them to come here before operating a search. That way we can still give the ships time to solve the issue. And if everything goes well, we can have a nice further discussion with our newest friends.
Oh, okay. That is a plan, sir. And you're right. They seem to take to women more for some reason. Right.
Don't worry. I believe you can do it. That's why you're here.
Yeah. So, could you go over diplomatic procedure with me real quick again? And she's asking you to assist her with the command role. Because she's like,
Yeah, that's fine.
It's like, no, this isn't what I do. I have command of 2, presence of 9. Leave me alone. Why am I doing it? She just needs to hit a difficulty of 2. I don't think any of her. It's not bold medicine, so she can't do that, and she's not going on an away mission, so her other ability doesn't kick in.
And does she have a determination?
She does. She's a proud and hardy daughter of Luna. The strange, unusual is everywhere. Actually, it might be that. Senior officers sometimes have to sacrifice their subordinates. The end comes for all. Which...
I've basically just told her we can sacrifice 3 ships. We can just leave them.
That's why she's kind of like, she's not arguing with you. She's like, I feel like I should say something, but
Tristan, I'll be right back for a bit. My cat's found a mouse and let it go in the house, and
oh no,
yeah,
free
I'll be
mouse.
back.
Okay. And it is a worthy death to fall defending the many, so the clan may survive. Yeah, she can spend her determination if you want her to.
Yeah, go ahead.
No. I got rid of veteran for her. Actually, I didn't have veteran before, so no.
Well, I'm still an XO, so I could just spend 3 to give her another.
It's true. So yep. She's rolling Presence Command, and you're assisting her.
Yep.
She has no focuses, although she's hit it because she's hit her determination. The determination buys it, so. Plus 2 more. So yep, you generate 3 momentum at the end of it. She is able, with your help, she's able to negotiate with the Star Captain that instead of going off on their to rescue Captain Grennan, perhaps coordinating your efforts at Deep Space Arcania would be more beneficial. It isn't more than an hour later where you get a message from Wright again over comm badge. Okay, good news, Commander. They are willing to come to DSE. Slight problem. Apparently, they want to bring the carrier here. Am I allowed to approve that? I don't know if I am. I mean, they are our allies, I guess. So, should I approve it or?
Would I know if that's allowed or not? If they're offering assistance, it would be allowed, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah. It's more that she's trying, like, should we let a large vessel, a carrier, get that close to us? From a security point of view, she's a little jumpy.
There's no issue with that, Lieutenant. If they decide to get a little aggressive, remember we have 2 squadrons of fighters and a space station.
Alright, I'm back. We can't find it.
Like I said, free mouse.
Well, my kitten's really happy. She's chasing it around the house.
So, yes, by all means, invite the Star Captain and her carrier to the station.
Aye, Commander. I'll keep you posted.
Is it possible we could spend those 2 float to make our discussions go smoother?
Yeah, you can have a advantage that you kind of read up a little bit on the proper procedures and etiquette for receiving a Star Captain and all that fun stuff. So make if you have to do any diplomacy rolls with her, it'll be a bit easier.
Yeah, that sounds fun.
And while you're waiting for her to show up, Captain Grennan,
Yes.
your ship is approaching at high warp as fast as you can, and
Uh-oh.
the view screen turns a distinct shade of red. The stars seem to stretch out in long lines, and you drop out of warp.
Ops, report.
Our warp bubble just broke. I can't see anything. Or rather, I'm seeing us, but I'm seeing us in 3 different places.
What? Screen.
Putting on screen. Where is the Kismet token? It's up here. There it is. So
I like how these three are all in danger, and I'm just getting ready for a nice lunch date with a alien captain.
Lucky.
Hey, it's nice not being the one the GM's trying to kill.
Oh, yeah.
I assume he's going to try at some stage tonight, but for now he's focusing on you guys.
they're also at extreme range, sir. There are 2 Peltis and 2 Maxwell Planks and 3 Type 7 shuttles who seem to be either crashing into the Peltis or landing on the plank. It's kind of hard to tell.
See if you can any of them.
Sorry, say again, sir?
See, open hailing frequencies, all channels. Oh,
Yeah.
well, we got support, and we have just the engineer for it.
Who's that?
Polish.
No, Vada.
Vada's on my ship.
Oh, she is. Oh,
Yeah.
oh well.
Maybe
Oh.
move closer?
Hold on.
I mean, you do have, if you did decide to go closer, Wittergast.
And very well. Try getting us in a bit closer. Keep an eye on those other kismets. We've had something like this happen before. I don't even remember how we got out of it last time.
Wittergast.
Yeah, I've got him here. Let's spend 1 for cautious.
As Wittergast has to start calculating which Kismet he is, so he knows which way is actually the direction he wants to go.
I assume helm control's going to work for this one.
Yep.
Oh, I remember. There was a thing. I remember there was an episode where it was like 2 kismets existed in the same place at the same time, and so they annihilated each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was called Mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good episode.
I'm going to spend 2 more. Reroll. Determination. I trust my skills.
Yep.
And the ship is engines.
Generated aim.
Damn.
You're this one.
It's as if I make competent
Ah.
con officers.
So they're what? 12? 6 hours away? At warp speed. But we're in subspace, so time is weird, right?
Yeah, it's wibbly wobbly, timey wimey stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why we're bringing the doctor.
Wittergast is able to determine as well that warp speed is theoretically possible. Incredibly dangerous. If he screws this up, you're ramming into something. or you're going way off course. Like he's figured out that roll alone would just figure out which Kismet was him so he could get his bearings.
Mm-hmm.
Because he's like, go forward. I don't know which one's forward. According to the computer, there's 3 of us. And they're all in different directions, which is physically not possible.
Oh, jeez.
Well, in a sense.
I need to get we need to get in there at least within communications range.
Maybe we could go impulse, Captain.
How long would it take? How long would you estimate it would take to get us into communications range going at full impulse?
Let's see. At full impulse, about 20 years.
Well,
That's still a lot faster than warping into something.
It's 20 years or never, so
I mean, I can do a warp jump, Captain, but it's going to be risky.
we'll see what you can do to lower that risk. You have some of the smartest minds in the fleet on this ship. I'm sure you can figure something out.
Oh, now you give the order for a con officer to do some batshit crazy stuff.
Eh.
How much difficulty are you trying to shave off that roll from earlier, the diff 4? How close are you trying to get in one warp jump?
As close as we can.
So
Well,
that would be
Well, the response should be, what's the highest difficulty you're going to give me for the craziest thing I can come up with?
oh no.
Then we'll just work back from there.
Oh no.
diff 5 comp 5 pens like challenge accepted. Let's go.
Yeah, that's still
I
possible.
mean, I don't know why it's not like diff 7. Come
Yeah.
on.
Oh, if you hit the comp, you even if you get there, you're gonna hit something along the way.
Oh jeez.
Yeah.
To dial it back from there, if you drop the if you succeed at this roll, that drops the difficulty to 0 because you're basically in contact range with them, and at that point, you can you're so close, it's hard for anything to interfere because you're practically hull to hull touching. The further back you get, the sooner you stop short, the further away you are. That means you're spending less time at warp speed.
Okay.
What would it take? What would it take to get us into reliable communication medium range type positioning?
Oh, don't be bold.
That would be
The 3 or a 4 instead.
Would you allow a reason con roll initially so we can get a better idea of the speed, the power output required?
that would be. Well, the diff's lower. Comp's the different problem though. But yeah, if you succeed at. Oops, sorry. Does anything else help you with that before I say more? Oh yeah. So if you succeed at a reason con roll, difficulty 3, comp 5, assisted by ship's comp, computer plus con. Yeah. Okay. I had to say it aloud to make sure it made sense in my head. You could create an advantage that could bring the diff or the comp of the actual warp roll down by 1.
Okay, that's probably a better one to do, with maybe Grennan maybe spotting the determination if it goes tits up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, termination in reserve.
So Grennan passes on a determination.
Or not
No,
yet.
no.
If it goes tits up, then maybe yes.
Oh, okay. I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I am letting him know that my determination is at his disposal during this whole thing.
So I assume helm control still works because it would be.
Because you're doing it from the helm control to calculate.
So we.
In older ships, it would be different because they're two different stations, but in modern ships, they're the same station, usually.
Actually, no, I'll take 2 back. I only spend for 1. Well, we hit it.
So you've created an advantage which can bring down the diff or the complication of the warp jump down.
Comp, and I'll do the diff 5.
And
I've not done the jump yet.
oh, you haven't?
No,
Oh.
that was to reduce the difficulty.
Ah.
Or the
Oh
complication.
no, you're.
range.
Oh well, yeah.
Now I'm going to do the difficulty 5 jump.
Wait. But I thought we weren't. That's to get into like super ultra close range of them. I thought we were going something like
Oh, like the medium. Oh yeah, that'd be.
like, yeah.
God, you guys are spoil sports sometimes.
Sometimes.
Do you have no confidence in my ability to pull that off?
You know what? I'll get to you. I'll let you have fun with this one, Penned. Make it diff 4.
So close range instead of medium. Yep.
Blows up the Kismet. Gets all
The question is,
comps.
which one does he hit, the plank or the peltist?
That'd be the question.
Sandwiches himself between both of them somehow.
Takes out all 4 ships.
Takes out the shuttle.
No.
Yeah.
It's like,
Yeah.
yes, we felt a bump when we arrived, but it's
now we
fine,
just
I'm
Suck
sure.
a dick.
Now put me in contact with Myth Inverter. Well, technically you are in contact with Myth Inverter against the hull
Well,
of your
there-
ship.
There you have it, GM.
Suck a dick. I can make con rolls in my sleep.
It's winter gas. That's why we were nervous.
Yeah.
So for the Type 7, as you're about to do, who's flying the Type 7, by the way?
I think that would probably be me, honestly.
Probably Myth.
Okay. So,
Barter
Myth,
can help, but he's like a co-pilot here.
you're flying up to the, which ship? The Peltis or the Plank?
The plank.
Plank. So you're flying up to the Plank,
The larger one.
and then Insight Con difficulty 3.
All right.
As something is approaching you at high warp on your navigation panel.
Is this
Why are
able
you
to be
doing
assisted?
this?
Is Wittergast about to scare the shit out of the shuttle?
Is this able to be assisted, GM?
Yes.
I'm thinking,
Uh,
Barter's sitting there in co-pilot, so I was like,
Yeah, I'll spend 1.
Oh, that's right. The ship's sensor plus con helps you.
Bear in mind, Insight Con for me is a 11.
Oh, it's only a 12 for me. I'm competent to fly, but I'm not a pilot. You know?
Yep.
Yeah, so rolling 3. Don't think I have a focus here. That's 1. 2.
Okay, shuttle, pull up.
Someone already got the shuttle, or should I grab that?
Grab the shuttle.
The shuttle. Sensors what?
Con.
I think. Yeah.
Oh,
Nope.
I mean,
Oh,
you
was
were
one
rolling a
off,
6.
dude.
What did you expect? Oh,
It was
that
one
now that
off.
sucks.
It's a 7.
So whatever this is, it's larger than the peltis, and it's about to ram into you.
Evasive.
I mean,
Keep on
that's
going,
rude.
keep on going.
Yeah, pretty much. Evasive towards the like other peltist.
Oh, but here's the question: because this thing's coming at you at warp, if you're going to evade it, you'd have to move at warp.
Oh. Okay.
So how?
Brace and hope.
Pucker up, lads.
I think this is a brace and hope because I don't think either of us are competent enough pilots to make a warp jump in evasion.
Picard
Um,
maneuver, Picard maneuver, Picard maneuver.
So here's the thing.
Yes.
I may not be an incredibly competent pilot, however, I am an extremely competent mathematician.
Okay.
So that's the approach I'd like to take here. I may not be able to identify what that is, but how much information do I have on its speed and mass?
You can attempt a reason con roll, diff 3, to try to very quick, and I'm only letting this happen because you're an android, to very quickly do the calculation to try to make the roll easier. Because you're kind of plotting a course in your head before the computer gets to do it.
Yeah,
before
basically.
you're computer.
Reason con. Let's go.
Carter, you can't help with this in case you're wondering.
Spend the momentum.
Yeah, spend a momentum.
You psychically connect with myth. My mind to your mind.
Artificial intelligence focus.
A complication.
I'll take it.
That's more about what you are.
Yeah. Hey, I never said it couldn't be used for that.
Yeah, that's fair.
I never said about studying artificial intelligence. I just have a focus in it. All right. Rolling 3.
I have a focus in myself.
Oh boy.
That's 2.
Yeah, that's 2. It isn't assisted by anything though. Is the thing.
Yeah.
It was 3.
You
Yep.
have reroll potential.
See, I
No,
kind
I
of want that
don't.
to fail, so Vada can just see Myth's face just drop like shit.
I mean, you've got reroll potential if you determination, but that's about it.
Yeah, no, I could determination.
I'd save the determination for the actual roll.
Mm-hmm. Because
Yeah.
what's the roll to get out of the way? Daring con diff 4 comp 5. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And
This
this would
is
be
coming pretty on
reducing.
top of you.
And this would be reducing it to 3 and 4.
It'd be one or the other.
All right.
Yeah, you might just want to use that on the roll, 2 successes. Or an advantage to
Oh
reduce
wait,
the
hold on.
Mhm.
Quick question.
Okay.
Can I use my trait analytical to decrease the difficulty of the roll I just made?
Ooh, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
All right.
wow.
Expert strats.
Pro
Yeah.
strats. Okay. And what are you going to do? Reduce different comp?
Good question. Because this is daring con.
'Cause
I
you're-
think.
It's a scramble. It's like an emergency scramble warp of like, where computer's like, where do you want me to warp? Any direction but here. Away. Although analytically, you're like,
hesitate to ask.
this direction, because in
I-
this general
I
probability
hesitate-
range.
Yeah, I was gonna try and swing analytical into using control instead.
For 2 momentum, I'll let you use control on that basis.
That's 2 momentum that I wouldn't get for another die, though, is the thing.
See, why'd you have no
Right,
confidence
Right,
that the ship's
but
not
what's
going
the
to hit?
difference between your what's the difference between your daring and your control?
2. My daring's an 8. It's my
Uh,
stat. I'll take 2 momentum to use control.
Yep.
Decreasing the difficulty to 3.
Don't know if I can use my superpower to make an advantage to lower the difficulty for you.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Sitting there going, it just says make an advantage. I'm like, I don't know if I can use it in context of what the power is supposed to be.
You could basically give it a tactic that intelligence officers use in emergency situations, and you just happen to have read about that. The problem is
here's an evasion.
Because it's a once. Because the reason why you can use it on anything is because it's a once per session power.
Yeah. If we make it a diff 2, you can just pass that with your determination if you wanted to.
Think I'll try to roll it.
Okay. Do you want that as a diff 2 or?
No.
Okay.
I'm gonna just try and roll this.
And this is how I kill 3 characters.
Spend a momentum.
Question:
Yes.
Am I able to assist as co-pilot here or no?
Yes.
Momentum.
You still have to use Daring Con there, Vardo.
I got a 12.
Oh, okay.
My daring's actually high.
Okay.
1 momentum, 2 threat. Gonna roll 4. Nope, no threat. Just gonna roll 3 dice because that's a big comp range.
Well, you do have a determination still.
Yeah.
God, what's with all these cowards?
Rolling 3. Hey!
You know, I don't want to assist you.
Dear God.
The ship's still rolling, though, I think, isn't it?
Wow.
Yep.
What was your focus?
Focus in probably temporal mechanics, maybe? It might only be 3.
It'd be
so
only
I
3,
left
yeah.
my focus ticked.
But yeah, the shuttle
Still.
does roll still.
Alright, the shuttle has the same comp range?
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Shuttle that could.
Shuttle that could hopefully roll engines con somewhat well.
Whew. Okay.
That's fine.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
We'll take it.
And the Kismet stopped short of it actually wasn't going to hit you at all.
Yeah, but we're like,
But we failed the roll to detect if it was going to
Yeah.
hit us. Yeah.
If you didn't move, I was going to make it hit you. I was like,
Uh-huh, yeah.
Yeah, no, the Kismet jumps, and then where you guys, 1 second the Type 7's there, and the next there's like 3 of it, and then the 3 of them are over there.
we could be making a middle finger at you in Warp Trail, we would.
Yeah.
What on earth is going on here?
Maybe we can
Well,
open
probably
comms.
hail the someone.
It's like we are in a sensor soup right now, and you just warped on top of someone. I can understand how that would be scary.
Mm-hmm.
Again, open hailing frequencies, all channels.
Channel's open.
He wasn't in danger.
This is Captain Harmon Grennan of the USS Kismet. Peltist, Maxwell Planck, please respond.
So it's
Now,
either
does it
going to
just-
be Dorja responding here, or it gets through the shuttle, but the shuttle's a bit farther away, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, the shuttle's too far away. This is Lieutenant Dorja of the Maxwell Planck. We hear you. Barely. There's lots
Turn
of
over our commanding officer.
Understood. Can we get some kind of a status report? You vanished off of our sensors yesterday, and we did not hear from you, so we decided to look into your last known coordinates, and well, here we are.
You're a thud. Like someone just head desked or like face palmed. Like, what? Yes, Captain. So how do I put this simply? Give me insight science difficulty 2 as Dorja tries to explain what's been going on, except he is not really good at explaining things in plain English.
Can he assist with presence science? Could he assist with presence science? As he's trying to explain it to me.
No, you'd need your own science officer to translate what he's telling you.
Damn.
'Cause
Okay.
he thinks he's telling you simply, and it's like
He
yes,
serves on an advanced science ship.
like yeah, it's simple if I have a freaking master's in astrophysics, you jerk, dude. I only took like 1 or 2 classes. Give me a break.
Take a threat.
I've run into people like that at university. Like, this is simple to me. It isn't. I'm in a different freaking discipline, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh wow.
So true.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
You remember some classes and you've done a few things. It takes you a bit to kind of translate the jargon, but you get the gist of what's been going on and why he's, and the fact that unfortunately you've joined the time dilation bubble, so now you're moving as fast as they are, and yeah, he is somewhat exasperated that apparently a day has passed because for them it's only been a few hours.
Mm-hmm.
So then we need to work quick if we're going to have any hope of rejoining a relative time frame.
Also, you know, your sensors report to you, Grennan, that there is a purple construct of the Kismet made up of the various panels.
And I've been told everything that they've found up to this point then, yes?
Yep.
Okay. Would you be able to patch me through to the shuttle?
We just warped further away than we intended to get from you in the first place.
Yeah, I think we're well out of range for that.
Myth, you're the pilot. You see, there's a Kismet. There's a second Kismet now. The Kismet almost rammed you. The other one. What do you do?
You as planned? Question mark.
Use the running lights to signal the original Pell test using like the port running lights essentially. Using the running lights to signal in whatever modern like Morse code things are essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Recommend USS Kismet hold position until diplomacy concluded. Additional variables not accounted for with ship's presence.
But I wanted diplomacy.
Yes,
We're already there, pretty much.
vibrate in his chair without diplomacy. It's too late.
Reason Engineering Diff 3 assisted by the shuttle's comms engineering. The Plank can assist with this, so can the anyone on the Kismet, because you're kind of, it's a collection, because the problem is the Type 7 starts blinking the lights, and then the other ships basically see 3 Type 7s giving blinks at different rates.
Yeah.
It takes a second to wait, hold on, which ones?
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to blink it in such a manner that they know which message to try to account for the fact that there might be a dilation. So there's an obvious pause you're trying to introduce into the code so it isn't lost.
Mm-hmm. One threat. Three. Rerolling that comp. I was still at comp 5 though.
Yeah, no,
so I'm rerolling that 0. All right, so that's 5. Shuttlecraft.
Hey.
Shuttlecraft. Nothing from the shuttlecraft, and the plank. Engineering. There we go.
Let me be diplomatic.
Played yourself into not being diplomatic this time.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're able to, after a bit of talking back and forth, and you're able to get a sort of delayed Morse code type of situation between the shuttlecraft and the other ships.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was just like those couple words. Basically, it was
repeating it over and over until they send the acknowledge signal. Like, yeah, we see you. We got it.
So
You
I
are,
had that sent. And,
Grenna, you are suggested by Lieutenant Dorja that you can possibly move adjacent to them, or at least in contact range to them, and then that will put you within the same scanning range, so you can see what they're seeing and be in the same range.
Very well. Helm, move us in carefully.
Wait, it'd be on the other side. Close your eyes. So, Type 7 shuttlecraft. It's really crowded in there.
yeah.
As it is anyway.
Because all these ships are now like these massive cruisers are like within like no more than they're super close to each other on a space scale. Thankfully, you're a shuttle, so this isn't the worst thing in the world, but
Yeah. So approaching the Peltest docking bay.
Control Con difficulty 3, assisted by Engines Con.
We don't help this now? Or is that just because it's the easy to go to now?
Oh, did I say Peltest?
Peltest.
I meant to say the plank.
I assume it's a plank.
Yeah. We make this mistake too often.
What Android? No.
I'm a collective consciousness, okay?
Hey, we're not the ones with the programming error.
Diff 3, I'll spend 1 for a third die. Control Con. The difficulty is just because the ships are so close, right?
When you're moving into land, it's not tractoring you in, and it isn't an actual deck that you're landing on. It's a bunch of floating platforms that are kind of all tessellated across the floor.
That's
in an
fair.
approximation of a shuttle bay.
Yeah.
Mimicking.
Yeah, I was just trying to figure out if subspace theory or xenotechnology would work as a focus.
It would actually, so because of the situation, subspace theory would apply, because you're kind of going, wait, hold on, these don't work the same way.
Mm-hmm. All right, rolling 3.
And you crash.
Oh damn!
The diff
Not
was
again.
12. I don't have enough threat, but believe me.
Steph, take it on faith.
Come on, Shuttlecraft. Do us a solid.
Con. The shuttlecraft did us a solid.
Noise.
Confirming that exterior atmosphere matches previous readings.
Reason Science difficulty 1.
Or I could stick my head outside the shuttle and take a breath, but that's the silly way of doing things.
Exactly.
Barter's just like a dog sticking his head out the window.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
No, I use sarcasm as a weapon.
Generated 2 momentum, you're right.
I mean, Barter is basically just a big old German shepherd.
So, it is a Class M atmosphere, as it were. However, gravity's way lower. It's about 0.15 Gs. So essentially, you're at a low gravity. There's a persistent low gravity trait in effect for anything relating to moving around, unless you had mag boots. Yeah.
We can probably find some of those.
The light does seem a little off, but it's visible. It's just you can detect after doing a quick scan. It's one of those. Oh, it's on a. It's almost like it's adjusting as if this light from this star makes more sense than the light from, say, a sun that you guys are used to. Like you're used to certain light spectrums, whereas theirs are a little like everything has that purple haze to it, or tint to it, I should say.
Well, I mean, we could I suppose look in the back of the Type 7 shuttle to see if there's any
Yeah,
spare
if this thing is
laying
well
around.
supplied, you could look for mag boots if you want.
Inside engineering. Oh, I'm great at this.
Mhm.
With a little help. It's
How
your
I don't
you
need- I have
You
no
don't need
desire for mag boots.
built-in mag feet.
No, I don't. I just don't care about being in low gravity environment because it's not going to make me queasy or something.
Thinking about our diplomat who's not EVA trained.
Hmm. Yeah. That's
You're like,
fair.
that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Bonsab floating off into the great unknown does not sound great.
Bonsep want mag boots. Sure, we'll say he wants mag boots. Inside engineering. Div 2.
That or I don't know, we can just find a clip into barter.
I've got a 14 in that. I'll just roll 2, I think.
Oh, and guys, actually, you're actually down 1 momentum. Looking at the shuttlecraft, that warp was actually 1 point harder because you have an unstable warp field as part of Type 7.
But
Yeah, so you guys just made it.
Yeah.
yeah, I usually only use that thing at impulse.
Who designed the shuttle to have that?
That's just what Type 7s have.
Yep. Because they're meant as cargo lifters. You usually you don't
Yeah.
use them for long trips. They have warp engines because like, well, we can put one in. Why not?
Oh, that
Hmm.
is.
We're using kind of a warp drive as a power source anyway. We might as well put it in case it gets stranded or whatever. You can use it as an escape pod. All these
Or
things.
someone
but-
tries to ram it with a Luna class.
Yeah, all the. Anyway, I'm rolling. I'm rolling 2.
Wasn't even close.
Yeah.
Get that momentum back.
mhm.
Find some mech boots that are in the storage.
You get Bonsab.
Oh no, you found 1 set.
Yeah, that we said for Bonsab.
Oh, you're giving to Bon. Oh, okay, so you're not
Yeah.
getting it.
Because he's not EV trained as well.
He's the civilian out of the group of us. Like the rest of us can be reasonably well expected to deal with it.
Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure the Romulans do 0G training.
Is our doctor a Romulan?
Yeah. Exchange programs.
Don't
We're
worry,
allies now.
You can trust her. Everything's fine.
You know, my faith in
She's
bringing
been-
her along dropped like 20 levels.
She has been extensively vetted to work on an experimental prototype ship.
Extensively vetted.
Exactly.
I've got the intelligence files, so
Just ignore that little badge she has under her coat. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Always.
Well, we'll ignore her badge if she ignores ours.
But yes, you find some mag boots that Bonsab can put on. He's happy to put those on.
And after that, open up the ramp of the Type 7.
are you Lieutenant Commander?
And you roll die.
Of course.
In the spirit of it's her mission, so she can go first.
Yeah, step off into the landing bay, see if there's any indications as to where we should go.
You're looking at a approximation of your shuttle bay aboard the plank, except it's kind of weirdly tessellated with these with all these little plates, these many plates. You can actually feel your sensors in your feet are actually indicating that they seem to be the floor would probably feel really cold to bare feet. It's actually a rather chilled floor, as if it's absorbing the heat that you might be giving off. Like the room's actually a little colder than it normally would be if it was the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
Not enough it would hurt, but it'd be noticeable. Like the others are going to notice that's a little chilly.
Flashbacks to being stuck on that moon.
Okay.
As a planet on the moon, but either way, yeah, let's go.
Right. Depending on the accuracy of the simulacra, I believe Without any further evidence, our course should be to the conference room on the bridge, or adjacent to the bridge.
Oh, unless otherwise told. That would make sense. Okay.
So you guys start bounding toward that room.
Yeah.
Give me fitness con, difficulty of 1 for each person who wants to progress. Bonseb rolls at a diff 0 because he has boots on.
All right.
Survival, clearly.
Grinning, do you want Bonsab?
Sure. Means I get to roll.
Sorry, Cap.
You kind of showed up at the wrong time.
Yeah, you showed up any earlier.
I'm rolling a what?
Fitness con, diff 0 because you're rolling Bonseb. He has boots on, like a smart person.
Unified field theory. This is a different gravitational field.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Bonseb!
Really?
Yo!
Wow.
I'm
I mean, cancel that out.
gonna spend 1 momentum to cancel.
Yeah.
This is dumb. I don't like this anymore.
I'm just gonna roll 2. God damn.
Yeah, I myth. Let's see if I float off into the unknown. No, I don't. Roll your doctor.
You sound disappointed.
Hey, don't worry about the fourth one. They're progressing. As long as one of you made it, they were going to make it.
Oh,
If all of you whiffed, they were going to whiff with you.
Mm-hmm.
rather than just having the cruise ship roll.
Yeah. Narrative NPC flexibility.
How much momentum?
A lot. It's a lot.
We're adjusting to the gravity advantage. Like we're able to get the grasp of it pretty quick, so it's far more convenient. I don't know.
Yeah, you're able to make rapid progress through the ship, noticing that a lot of the ship seems to be everything very. It's the right shape, but the panels can't create the texture of the walls or the carpet, so it looks like it's all in the right spot, but it's just these panels, and somehow they're creating an atmosphere. You're not sure from what vents they're doing it from, and they're generating gravity somehow.
So, question.
You're fairly certain there's no gravity generators under your feet.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, the shuttle bay is on a different deck than the bridge.
Mm-hmm.
Do the turbolifts work?
Yes, but you don't hear that characteristic turbolift hum. It's just like the panels just start moving silently.
And are they guiding us to a location, or are they taking vocal commands or manual input?
When you go in and just out of habit kind of say conference room, it just starts moving. Whether it's going to the right place, it's moving.
Okay, cool.
This is like a cargo cult.
Can I count floors as we go, just as a... I roughly know the layout of the plank. I mean, I should know the layout of the plank, so... Can I count the decks as we go up them?
Yeah, sure. Insight, engineering, or con diff 2.
I don't like that threat spend there.
Yeah. Huh. Guerrilla warfare is a focus?
Sure. I'll take that.
And I'll take a momentum on that, because I don't want to... I asked for a focus on the thing I've got a discipline of 2 in. I
I mean,
made
so
it.
did I.
You notice that you've picked up speed quite a bit, and yeah, you seem to be moving up a bit, and then across, then down a bit, and across. You seem to be picking up pace as you're going faster and faster in a certain loop.
Interesting.
But not to where how it would normally be if we're going, say, from the shuttle bay to the conference room on the plank.
No. And then
Maybe
you
tell it to
all,
stop and let you out.
the four of you, hear a voice. Car. D Dakar. D Engay. Dema. De la. D. Dakir. Angie. Ma. La. An. Everyone other than Myth can find themselves gasping for air.
Oh no.
Unfortunate.
It's unfortunate.
I'm so glad I'm not there.
You are
Can
now,
I-
huh?
Can I attempt to try and discern some of the meaning behind the noises if there is some? I feel like there probably is.
Insight engineering difficulty of 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got momentum.
I would say I would help you, but I am apparently choking.
Yeah. That's
Although
not good.
I'd give the game master 1 threat because you have bold
Yeah.
engineering, don't you?
1 threat, 3 momentum, rolling 5. Focus in artificial intelligence or research,
No.
or xenotechnology.
No.
All right, cool.
I think.
There's 5. Re-rolling the comp. It's 4.
That's still 4, yeah. Nice.
That seems to be a countdown. And you recall they said. As you're pondering what's said and your friends are gasping for air,
Yeah.
panel next to you actually has figures, lettering appear on it. But it looks weird, like the letters are holographically floating over the panel, like it's projecting them out. Oops. And lettering appears. And it just seems to repeat.
Yeah, I'm going to need you to keep putting that in the Roll20 chat until we figure it out.
Please no.
Okay, I'll stop.
So what, they're
And
counting
then-
in their language and being like, continue the sequence, and we're like, we don't know your language.
You hear a voice again. Car. What do you do?
So it's either I feel like the response is either Dita Kira or Paranchi, but
Didikira was the answer that they had, or the thing they had after their car before, so
yeah,
I guess?
and they haven't used repetition, they've used continuation before in terms of patterns.
Mhm.
Is the atmosphere continuing to change?
It seems that the atmosphere has no oxygen.
Ah, good.
Yes. Yeah.
These people are
Yes.
sucking vacuum at the moment.
That's not great. Wait, if they're sucking vacuum, how the hell am I supposed to respond? Oh, I can't respond vocally. Got it. I've got to type something in. Just a small moment there on the player side. Just ignore that.
Hey, just remember, as players, we can ask the GM for a dum-dum roll.
Uh-huh. First sequence is the out loud, and the second sequence is the buttons. So what happens if I push Karanji?
D Dakir. It says aloud.
Press Macarlo.
D and Gi.
Press the next one.
Dima.
Press Dakir D.
Dila.
Press Dinkar Didakir.
D.
Congratulations, you've run out of options.
Maybe go back to
On
DCARD.
Switch got D. Yeah, I'll go for a character roll here. Just to be on the safe side.
See, for me, I would have gone for the words with the corresponding part.
Mm-hmm.
You can attempt. That was a few
Problem-
different ways to go.
Pen, my problem with that is there was some overlap, I think.
I know, but listen, I would have probably gone that way, but I probably would have got it wrong.
Oh, I could very well be getting it wrong too.
Oh, works better if I tell you what the work track is.
Insight engineering, insight science, or reason science? Those are options, or?
Yep, insight engineering, insight science, or region engineering. There are three different ways you can approach this because basically it's a translation issue. You're trying to translate what it's trying to tell you because it's hard to because you're running into the problem of if I don't understand the language, it's hard to guess what the puzzle is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll take
Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra? What?
Except we don't even have at or and. Right.
If you had a universal translator dedicated device, you would have gotten a very bonus die.
Yeah, that makes sense. Probably should have taken that.
Mm-hmm.
No, for the
It's
future.
one of those things you almost never need, but in this one, I was like,
Mhm.
yeah, that'll be good. If they happen to have it, I'll give them a die. It's like, nope.
Yeah.
Wait.
Let's see. Mag 4. Mag 4, Diff 4, Work 18. Fun. Take an amount of threat that will be determined by a number of challenge dice that I roll. Yeah, so it's what, five or six? I always forget. Challenge dice for that.
It's up to 6 you choose.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be rolling 5, so it's 6.
Okay.
These challenge dice. You get most of it. Oh well. I assume xenotechnology applies as a focus here.
At complication.
All right, I'll take it. And checking to see if there's anything else I should do before beginning a roll. All right, I'm going to activate the Star-Cross, double my focus range to 8.
Okay.
Rolling 5. Gonna re-roll that 19.
That last one's a 2.
Yeah. Last one's 2. No, the others.
6, 7.
7. All right, so 3 momentum.
3 momentum generated.
Mm-hmm. And rolling 7 challenge dice for work.
Ow, itch.
All right. And I've got in the nick of time. It's an engineering task. So 1 additional work for each effect. Gonna spend 1 momentum to re-roll 3. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 work.
So you just did 6 work, generated 1 magnitude. It goes down by 1, and then you. Oh, sorry.
So that's what one break through there.
Yep.
Not really a way to push it further.
Angie, you hear aloud as you're thinking about it, as time's passing.
Mm-hmm.
For-
What's my clock here before these people start to die?
You didn't do a medicine roll. You're not entirely sure at the moment.
Yeah, it's true. I'm not great at medicine. I don't really pay attention to how organics breathe that much.
They seem to be on the floor, and Varder seems to be looking at you intently. He can't really say a whole lot because he isn't wearing a spacesuit.
Can he think things at me?
I could.
He could.
It's probably hurry up.
You don't know how long it's been. It could be 3 seconds.
Yeah.
Can't vacuum.
3 seconds in vacuum is enough. Been there before, remember?
Yeah, it's true. So yeah, gonna keep trying at the rolls here.
Okay.
It's 1 threat, 2 momentum.
Okay.
Rolling 4. Re-rolling the comp. Right? Generate 3 there, I think. And 1 more challenge dice.
7 so far.
Yeah, spend 1 to re-roll those 3. Damn. All right.
Ma.
On. There's. Okay, the only law is in Makarla. But I'm not sold on that.
You can keep going, Chief.
Yeah, I feel like it might be the most reliable way through, but like my brain keeps going like, but I could solve it probably, maybe. Yeah, no, I'll just keep working on it. Next roll. Same to roll 4. 1 threat, 2 momentum. Re-rolling. Comp. I've rolled a comp every single roll here. I only have. Alright. Generate 2.
I thought it was free due to reason.
Right. Thank you. And then 7 more challenge dice. Oh, hey.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Maybe just spend 1 to get the final work.
Spend 1 to get the final work there.
Oh, you're good. Between the work and getting 5 and filling the work track, you've actually done it.
Oh, cool.
As you're thinking about it, and you suddenly realize what the heck it's saying, it says "la" as you realize it.
Field translation. Setting records.
You determined that it's certain. It seems to be counting from 10 to 0.
All right.
Maybe count backwards?
Yeah, I'm gonna try counting from 0 to 10.
For 2 momentum, you might be able to realize something.
Okay. Sure.
Ow! Just hit my wrist.
Oof. Oh, wait. I think I might know what it is. Yeah. I was just getting there. Those are big numbers.
You get the feeling that if you're able to figure out the number it's looking for, you'll be able to translate it into its language. Now that you've kind of figured it out, the trick is still figuring out what the next number is before the counter runs out.
Mm-hmm.
So you generally just have one guess. Because it's about to count down to 0, and it counted down to 0. Last time it counted down to 0, everyone passed out. Was not passed out. They started gasping for air.
Mm-hmm. Zero. So here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
How much do we want to assume that aliens use base 10, folks?
They seem to have been using base 10 up to this point.
I think if they use base 10, the answer has to be 89. I think, but I could be wrong. And if anybody else sees something here, feel free to chime in.
What, adding the number they've got to the button you're pressing, or is that what you're thinking?
I'm
'Cause
thinking they've counted down from 10 to 0, 11 total things. And then 11 and
Myth.
89 under.
Insight, science or engineering difficulty 1. Or 1 momentum.
Gotta make me make these choices, man.
Just know that 3 people are going to die.
Yeah, I'll roll it, but I'll spend the 1 momentum we have so I have a reroll in case I whiff a science roll.
would be something. It wouldn't be an impressive something, but it would be something.
Yeah.
Very quickly, you realize that there. It occurs to you that there's that list, but there seems to be a blank just below the last one.
A blank.
Like it left enough space for another word to be presented.
Yeah, so maybe add Didaka to Dingaka to Didaka?
That
So you
kind
have
of implies a sequence?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, they're just adding together to get the next number.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay, yeah,
What's 50?
got it.
What's 55 plus 89?
Don't make me do math.
I'm just going to bring the calculator up on my computer.
144.
144. Yeah, I can try answering that because that seems more tangible than what I had before. Yeah.
So what do you write in? Numerically, I'll translate the word. Don't worry about that.
Would it be La Deke Deke?
For trying to go for 144.
Oh, you're going for 144?
Was it 44 or 49?
You write in.
It'll be 144, so yeah. It's with La Deke Deke.
It's actually this.
Oh.
To cure.
Myth very quickly writes that, and everyone's able to breathe.
Woohoo! I'm glad I don't need to breathe.
Oh, I see how this numbering system works. See, each of those words is a number 1 to 10, and if you can, you combine.
You combine them
things
to make
with car. Yeah, you combine them to make like multiples of 10.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I'm glad people are breathing again.
Yeah, I was about to say that the movements we're taking were not going to be taking us anywhere near the Blank's conference room.
That is disconcerting, to say the least.
Yeah, I was more concerned with the lack of oxygen afterwards.
I found the lack of oxygen less concerning than the thought of what might follow it. However, oxygen is not one of my primary concerns.
I've got a headache now, though.
Are we moving?
Jesus, that's
Oh,
bright.
we opened up onto a bridge.
So many windows. As you step
Although
out
I
of
do have to ask, just looking over it, because of the way the rules of this seem to work, wouldn't there be a space in between the law and the kier of those the second and third one?
that's the hint. Is that
The kier.
it's the spacing to let you know?
Hmm.
Because if it's all combined throughout the whole sequence, it's impossible.
Right, but I'm saying the second and third one are all combined together.
Yeah, it's weird. There's okay. I'll explain it later. That is a really hard one, though. I admit. But yes, you step onto
That's
the
fun.
bridge of the Maxwell Plank, except it's all purple or pink, if you want to be particular about it.
Huh. And we haven't found any. Oh, there's a thing there.
There's somebody standing there.
Oh, somebody. Yes, great.
In the center of the bridge, there is a meter-tall, friendly humanoid that looks to be dark-haired and dark-skinned, dressed in a version of your Starfleet uniforms, colored instead in a mix of science teal and command red with hints of operations gold at the seams. The uniform also has far more pockets, one on each bicep and thigh, each filled with many small things stuffed into them. Attached to the belt is a flat panel of metal, much like the ones you've been walking around on, that occasionally flickers with figures of and lettering, but generally stays a flat purple or pinkish color. As for species of this person, it's hard to say. You can see a bit of each of yourselves in him or in them. They're somewhat androgynous. Bit of curiosity in the eyes, shape of the nose, faintest change of the skin. They look like every humanoid alien you've ever met in the Federation, yet if you were asked what species this person was, you wouldn't be able to tell them.
Right.
Let us be thankful. Thankful for life. Thankful for water for the thirsty. Thankful for medicine for the sick. Thankful for food for us to grow. Thankful for planets to cradle. Thankful for creatures that tend planets. Thankful for stars to light and warm. Thankful for space in all its possibilities. Welcome aboard this craft, young ones. It's good to see you. And it seems you are not lost, and you actually seem to be explorers, which, very good. I'm doing the same. You may call me, and each of you hear this, each of the four people that are there hear it in their home language. For Myth, you actually...
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You hear it in the language you're most used to saying aloud in verbal. So your translator goes to it goes to the first one that your translator would default to, what the default language is, which is probably Federation standard.
Mm-hmm.
He says the word in your language for liar. You may call me liar. I would like to say this is all mine, and you can have none of it, but it is neither yours nor mine, but simply the way I have found to travel across and beyond space. Useful, semi-self-sufficient, and only a little bit confusing. So, hi.
How do you spell that? Is that the Liar spelling or the Lyre spelling?
A person who lies.
Got it.
An interesting name.
That help. I just realized. A person who lies could be said both ways. Sorry. So, how can I help you?
We were investigating the nearby warp relays in real space when this, and Myth kind of gestures around, broader object tugged us out of warp and into subspace. We were able to determine that you are on a direct collision course with a system where we have a starbase.
I see.
We are seeking to determine your intentions.
My intentions are to explore, really, and to help protect those of this craft from those who would try to thief from them, and to teach them what other young ones like themselves are like. And also, to fuel this craft, we require, or they require, I do not, the gathering of stellar radiation and dust. So we were heading to a suitable star that did not seem to have any population on any of the planets, according to the he gestures vaguely sensors.
Indeed. The Shosku system does not have any inhabited planets, however, it is currently inhabited by approximately, I'm going to say 3,000 life forms. Myth doesn't say, I'm going to say.
Well, I mean, they could evacuate, couldn't they, and let them come in and do their thing, and then you could all come back. Just a quick little jump. You have warp technology. You have multiple ships, very fast ones, apparently.
That is potentially feasible.
I'm glad you agree.
However, it might be easier on our side of the equation if you were to be able to divert to a nearby system that is not inhabited. I do not know the workings of your technology.
Well, that would put them quite out of their way. It took us a bit to find that one. Unless you happen to know one of similar stellar makeup that would fuel the ship. Well, the craft, I should say.
Simply need a similar system to what we call the Sershu system.
Well, similar
A similar star
mass
or
and-
similar system?
The star is the more important thing, really. Although something of equivalent cosmic makeup and material would be good as well. We can mine that, or gather that, I suppose.
I wonder if I have an intelligence file in such a location that might be nearby.
You can actually, with that intelligence file, you can actually attempt a reason con roll, difficulty of 2.
Okay.
It would normally be 3 to do it off the top of your head, but you actually can make it down to 2 because you have a file. It's just that you have to explain to him where it is. Which could be presence as well, but if that's better.
I actually have a better reason. My con is still conveniently trash. It's a 2. It's not the worst. It's not the best. I don't think I have a focus. Unless I'm leading by example in the sense of pulling out the intelligence file and just going ahead and locating a new system or an alternative system.
Add complication.
I've got a 2 in con, it doesn't matter.
Not as impactful, yeah.
Would this fall under mission directive?
Your continuing mission of discovering new life, since that's the mission of all Starfleet officers.
Yeah, I'll spend to that to pass. Like, I'll have the 2 successes to pass it, and then roll 2. Ha! Good job, me. Woof,
Haha.
fantastic. I don't get that back either. Wow, what luck. Okay. Allow me to ignore a single complication.
Oh, you have the metal, don't you? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, did you just hit it? You did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh no, I had it with the determination spin
Oh,
anyway.
that's true. Yep.
I got 1 momentum off that.
Well, I mean, I suppose that could work. Yeah. I mean, we'll have to go to another place, I suppose, to fuel up more, but that should be more than enough, I think. Yeah. We can. Well, the craft can move there. If it so troubles you, I don't really see the problem, but you seem to be disturbed by it, so.
What would the process of fueling do to the system and star?
Its life would be considerably shortened. I wouldn't go nova right away. Another 10, 50 years, maybe. Or it'll just collapse to a black hole, I suppose. Could do that. Might even turn to a wormhole, but that almost never happens.
So the problem would be it's a system we're actively trying to inhabit and establish a base out of, and that event within the system would be quite unfortunate, to say the least.
If you in 10, 50 years, that's a long way away. You could have
Yeah, in fact, I was gonna say, in fact, if you do it to an uninhabited system, and you know that something like that is gonna happen in 10 to 50 years, you can actually set up a.
Oh yeah,
You can actually
we're
set up.
more about them doing it in Shoshu itself.
Yeah. You could even set up like a research station to monitor the event, because it would
That's
be
different to what the issue I'm bringing
that's
up is.
not the issue at hand.
The issue
but
is if they do it to the Shoshu system, we would need to find a new
Ah,
location for our
yes.
base within the sector that is named after Shoshu.
Uh-huh.
Yes, correct.
I feel like the Starfleet Command would look down upon us losing an entire sector or system.
hmm
And this
I believe
is
that would be a better arrangement.
Okay.
what an amicable compromise.
I mean, yeah, I can live with that, I guess. I mean, I think you're overreacting a little, but
Well, the specific differences between the life that you composite and the life that we composite are not fully aware to me at this point in time. A period of 10 to 50 years, while allowing us to move, would still be well within the realm of many of our lifespans and would prove potentially dangerous for our interactions with other life in the region.
I think I can understand that. Yeah. Takes out his little panel of metal, starts tapping at it. Lights show up, and he starts gesturing at it as if he's writing out words, much like you did in the turbolift.
So, does he appear to be like a hologram of some sort, or?
He looks like he's there. He's standing on the deck.
Mm-hmm. I feel like Bonsab is going to have Bonsab's going to have to be the one with the general spiel about the United Federation of Planets and how Starfleet seeks out new life and new civilizations, and we would like to establish contact with you, and blah blah blah, because Myth doesn't care enough.
Like, you are the people you represent. Barter doesn't know enough of the words. It's like
Presence command difficulty 2 for Bonsab.
Yeah.
Right.
like I could do it. It'd be very short-handed and potentially
Spending a momentum.
You would.
I feel like the diplomat would be like, "What are you even doing? You're slaughtering the words."
Mm-hmm.
Etiquette.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 3.
Ah, United Federation of Planets. Various species. Difficulty of 2. So you gained 1 momentum.
Yeah.
Well, good for you. And you should all work together like that.
I believe it would be relevant for me to question how often you go through the process of harvesting stars.
Oh, sometimes it's gathered by happenstance. Some comet, some nebula we happen about. Stars, we try not to do that because it's a real, as you can imagine, it's quite difficult. We don't want to hurt anybody, so we try to go places where no one's living right now or going to for a while. And I mean, you were at a space station; we could have just gone there, but it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's all right. But I'd say, I don't know, on a good eon, about every 100 years or so. So not that often, really. More often than I'd like, but
Indeed.
guys like this, it takes a lot of energy to maintain. Or, well, yes.
I hope you can understand how, to us, the notion of you harvesting a star that we are currently habitating around would be disturbing and worthy of some further consideration as a possible future danger.
I mean, I suppose I could see that. Yeah, I mean, something to be worried about. I mean, we're gonna hurt you or nothing. I mean, part of the reason. I mean, you did approach this ship with a small fleet of your young one ships, and they all look. Well, I mean, dangerous is a strong word. Potentially threatening. So we need to make sure you were actually, aware. Well, I did. They kind of didn't care. But kids, what can you do?
On that note, would this be the stronger single presence that I was feeling before?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I thought so.
So, are you a different being to the other ones?
Yes. Oh, yes. I'm much older than they are. I mean, they're older than you are. They're your older brothers, obviously, but I'm more their older brother. So I'm the senior most brother out of all of us here. Not that it's a competition. That's just, the way it is.
Are you the last?
Of
Yours.
mine.
I only.
Oh, I mean, no more than you are, I guess.
I asked just because here I only feel one of you.
Oh, yes, I'm the only one of my people here, yes, but I'm not the last in space, no. I have many relations. Even you're my relation, technically speaking. Distantly, but you're there.
Okay.
All right then.
So I have to ask about your name.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, I too was curious why you are called Liar.
That's my name.
Is it just a name, or does it have a meaning?
It means liar? He furrows his eyes and looks at you like, what? You can get telepathically, you can sense he genuinely doesn't know what you're getting at.
In the sense of what a liar is, one who deceives.
Okay. I mean, I do, but well, I do. But I don't do it, I'm not mean to anybody or nothing. Okay, sometimes I am. Oh! You have a thing against people who lie. I get it now. I got it. That's why you're feeling awkward. I just got it. Sorry.
We
Yeah,
find
no,
it
I'm not lying to you.
Difficult to
trust.
trust people who lie. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's why I kind of tell them first, let them know that I lie. I mean, everyone does. I'm just known for it more often. I mean, well, I mean, I didn't tell you that the elevator behind you was going to do that, and because that would have defeated the whole purpose. But in the end, it turned out you would have been fine. You would have been fine.
Say that to my poor lungs.
Just take a nice focus on the bottom of your chest and just take a deep, slow breath. You'll feel better. I swear. Just do it. You'll be fine. Deep breath.
Bonsab just kind of grumbles.
And when he starts grumbling, the tightness in his chest just fades.
Of course it does. Of course it does.
Was it deliberate that our vessels were drawn into this space? Look at Myth-like, is that the right term?
Our vessels were drawn into subspace.
Well, not really. I mean,
From this point forward... Never mind. I was going to say, from this point forward, make sure you insight check him regularly.
Bonsab can roll insight. Can do an insight roll. Your diplomat is there with mag boots on, like a sane person.
Insight command.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll be opposed.
I am going to social combat.
Your
Social combat.
He has a focus in social combat.
Yeah.
I think.
Yes, social combat
social
focus.
combat is also a different thing.
Yeah, you could use that as a focus. He is doing a bit of wordplay on you.
That's
He's
a
gonna
lot
buy all
of...
the dice.
Bonsab.
I don't think you needed to buy all the dice.
Two, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, you beat me.
Bonsab's not entirely sure if this guy is lying to him. I mean, he's saying he is, or if he's kidding, or if he's telling the truth. It's really hard to get a read on this guy. He's acting. His body language also kind of shifts every so often. And the minute Bonsab tries to get it's like, oh, he's acting like this species. No, he's acting like a different one now.
Mm-hmm.
It's very frustrating when he's trying to get a bead on him.
Varder, psychic him.
Yeah, I was just thinking, psionics at least don't change that easily as far as I'm aware, but this could be entirely different.
Kind of peer into his soul.
It's more like the whole, yeah. Not quite that extreme, but the general idea of, lightly there, not enough there to be violating Federation law stuff.
Insight security opposed.
Inside security. Psionics, yes. Focus, yay.
He buys all the dice.
Threat for... you know what? Let's go ham. Have fun. Let's see. 4. Okay.
Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
He's beating me numbers-wise a lot.
Plus complication.
Yeah, I don't think I have... Oops, that's the wrong window to open. Like, I could try to reroll and see if I can crit, but that still wouldn't I'd need to crit twice, wouldn't I?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes. Okay. Hmm.
Turns out the guy who's calling
Name
himself
is Liar is very good at it.
liar is good at lying. Wow.
Did he
So
get
shocked.
3 crits in that?
Mm-hmm.
God damn. So close. I'm thinking I could potentially determination milestone and try to do that again.
With the complication, you would tie at this point.
Okay. And then could succeed a complication potentially.
Yes.
Oh, could your doctor assist?
No.
Ah,
Not in this case because it's psionics.
worth a
So,
shot.
yeah.
And like technically Romulans are limitedly psionic, but I don't think she's trained.
Very limitedly, though, compared
I
to, like,
mean-
Vulcans.
Succeed
I
at
think they've got the same capacity as Vulcans if they train it.
Oh.
Shockingly.
Or succeed at
Uh
cost.
I'm thinking I could also potentially the Zeta Protocol, I use psionics to speak with the Cardassian fellow, use that and make an advantage to beat the guy? Question mark?
Oh, that's right. Because can't determinations be used just to
Make an
create a straight
advantage.
advantage?
You
Yeah.
could, and I will let you do that. With what value? Because it still has to be attached to a value.
Yeah, I'm thinking so I could use the Zeta Protocol one to make a determination based on the whole similar mindset of using a psionics to find lies. More can always be learned.
Yeah.
As a value.
Oh, this is so silly.
Yes. Don't question me on it. Let's see. Damn it.
Oh, on the Saturday game a
hi,
couple
what?
weeks. Oh no, on the Saturday game a couple weeks ago, the security officer got a veteran train.
Yeah, Elder got one as well on the crossovers. That was nice.
Standing in front of you amidst the wide eternal ocean, you see a Bajoran. He looks to be dressed more like a what you would call a traveling salesman or traveling fisherman. Back in the old, when you were a kid. He's wearing what looks to be he is wearing an earring, and it is plated as if he was just a it marks him as a fisherman or a traveler. Like that's it. That was his cast.
Okay. It's not the other me this time.
No, it's the same guy. You see, dark skin, dark hair. He just looks Bajoran now. Like it's distinctly a Bajoran person.
Okay, well. That's slightly more transparent.
Can I help you, young one? You seem to wish to connect with me. So here we are, connecting.
It was.
And you hear him talking in Bajoran. Like fluently, like he's from the same province as you are.
More an attempt to read and understand you in the sense of if you were actively trying to deceive us or mislead or misinform or any such combination of words to the same or similar effect.
Everyone is. That's the truth, young one. But the difference is whether or not the lie is helpful. And I try to be helpful. I'm not always. A lot of the time I'm not. But I really do try. So I guess a better way to put it is, and I think the question you really want to ask me is, in what way can I be helpful? For the traveler is the one who helps. And a devotee of the prophets is one who guides others when they are lost. And lying about directions is, frankly, the most terrible thing you can do, for such a thing could get a man killed. And it's one thing to have a laugh, make you walk in some mud or lose your favorite toy and play with it for a bit and then give it back to you. But, or tell a Cardassian that there's no Bajorans underneath that floorboard. That's a lie worth telling. And you recognize the face. Like, you've seen this guy before. Like, when you're really little.
I want to try and recall that. I feel like it's probably early... It might be pre-resistance for Barter. That's what I'm getting an idea of.
You remember a fisherman's hut? You remember running along a river? You had to find somewhere to hide, and then there was this guy who said you could hide under his floorboard. He used to pick on you all the time, kept making fun of you and saying weird riddles that made no sense. But that one time, he decided to help you for some reason, and you never really figured out why. You never saw the guy again after that.
What was his name? It's probably like an active thought of, what was his name from Barter?
You recall that everyone just called him, he was popularly known as the He Who Lies a lot. People were making fun of him as a lying fisherman. And there's a folk tale of the lying fisherman whose lies always led you to the truth. And they were making fun of him. They weren't being... You're supposed to say that to be nice to somebody, but they were saying it to be mean about that fisherman on the river. But you knew his name as Rabbit.
Rabbit. What is with me and fishermen? There's the other religious group of the Cisco worshippers that are fishermen. And also traveler. Oh.
He gestures around him. You were in this ocean long before your friends joined you. Your older siblings. You've always been here, Varder. Then again, everyone has at some point. You're just a little more aware of it than most.
Okay. Well, interesting. Unexpected. Very unexpected. And half forgotten.
And you come back to the bridge. Yes? You don't have to get that close. I can hear you just fine from here. Kind of backs away a little from Varder, like,
Take a step over here, like, sorry, that was interesting.
I believe I've missed some element of... Never mind.
No, don't worry. That was kind of confusing for me, too. Was it confusing for you?
It answered some questions a little bit and made more questions.
Good. So,
Regardless,
yeah.
I believe any potential crisis here has been averted.
Yes. Yes, you have, there's someone here, I can feel them. They seem rather nervous. I think they're worried about you. Actually, a lot of people are worried about you. Right, they think I might have killed you. I should probably tell them not to shoot us. Call the what are your ships called? He looks over at you. They're not called Starfleet ships, are they? They have names.
The individual ships do have names, yes. The Maxwell Planck, the USS Peltast, and the USS Kismet.
Call what she said. And 3 different faces appear on screen as the 3 ships are suddenly hailed by the strange purple Maxwell Planck.
Myth, there you are.
Greetings, Captain.
I'm glad to see you are well. You appear to be quite purple.
I believe that is an artifact of the lighting around me, Captain, and not a reflection of any alteration to my exterior coloring.
I sure hope I'm not purple.
Uh-huh.
It's more of a fuchsia. To be picky, but pink fuchsia,
And
salmon.
And who might you be?
I'm Liar, or you can call me Liar, or Liar for short. This isn't sounding good, is it?
It's
Captain,
the same way,
this
no matter how you say that.
entity is a spokesman of some sort for the Dyson swarm that is moving through subspace.
More like an older brother. I'm just kind of talking for them because they're really bad at talking to people who aren't in the computer. Well, actually, he looks over at Myth and points. They actually like you quite a bit. You're the most normal one in this room to them. So,
Intriguing.
sorry about that. I kind of made it more complicated for them to talk to you. That's on me. Sorry.
I see. And
Myth
what
looks
is
very
it that you want?
I believe that has been fairly well negotiated, Captain.
What she said, yes.
They need to refuel their, and she kind of looks over at Liar. Vessel?
Craft.
Doing so will destabilize the star, and they were en route to Shosku. We have provided a suitable alternative that will not endanger lives or
Is this star
the
within
relocation.
Is this star within Federation space?
Good question, Barter.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I'll have to clear it with Starfleet Command. I don't foresee them being particularly happy about the prospect of a star within Federation space being destabilized.
Oh, but here's one thing, though. You're Mr. Benters Bonsab. He said that your Unified Federation planets are about discovering new life and new civilizations and a bunch of other stuff that I kind of tuned out. But I think, you know what we could do? What we could do is I could visit you. And I could tell you all about the stuff I've seen, all the new life and stuff. And I can exchange ideas and science and culture and all that.
Does he look like he's looking over at a teleprompter right now? It feels like he does.
He keeps looking over at Bonsab like he's thinking Bonsab's going to say something. And Bonsab just like, why are you looking at me? He looks back at Grennan like, yeah, like this is a great idea. It's like you can in Varder, you can get the feeling this is occurring to him as he's talking. There's no plan here.
And information exchange in exchange for resources.
Yeah.
The system that I have suggested as an alternate is uninhabited within Federation space and has no plans for future colonization at present.
Indeed. That will make it probably much easier for me to clear it with Starfleet Command, especially if I make the point to them that this is being done in service of assisting a newly discovered alien race.
Of which
Alien. I'm not alien. Language, right. I'm not from your
The
planet.
human interpretation of alien is
Right.
somewhat odd.
I remember now. And
technically
you guys
to
never really
the-
got over that, did you?
Yeah, technically to Brennan, Captain Brennan, everyone else on this ship would be an alien right now. Not from this
All
ship.
right, Bajorn has outsider, and your people have. He points at Bonsap. Your people have sucker. Bonsap has that look of blinks for a second. Wish you hadn't translated that.
Probably right.
So
though.
wait. Does that mean that they have their one of their key phrases is "a sucker is born every minute"?
To anyone who's not us, they're a sucker.
Well, the Romulans have
The
victims.
Romulans.
And you. She gives him a look. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Got it. And actually, you're the youngest one here, and I've met maybe like two of you, but well, none of you.
Mr. Cat
So,
tilts her head to the side.
Maybe you have a word for it. You probably learned it from them. Don't worry, your older siblings are really good at languages and naming things. It's kind of their thing. Sorry, I was ignoring you. Which one? You, the redheaded one. Yeah. You. Sorry, you were
Captain
saying I
Brennan.
interrupted you. Sorry, what?
Brennan.
I believe I can make a compelling case to Starfleet Command to allow your refueling.
Well, it's not mine. I don't need the fuel. The craft does. I'm fine.
There are two distinct categorizations of entity here, Captain.
I see.
The craft is composed of what Mr. Var described as some sort of group consciousness.
Which would appear
I
to
see.
be digital in nature from what I just heard, if I'm understanding correctly.
Well, they're in the
Hmm.
panel. You're standing on them.
Right, yes, they're digital in nature. I think that
Fascinating.
And above us and behind us. And
each panel
Perhaps
is
it
an
would-
individual, or
Perhaps it would do to introduce them to the Binars.
oh, we have to repeat every. Actually, no, you don't anymore. They learned how to repeat things to each other. Never mind. You're right. Yeah, they would really like them. I think they learn a lot from each other. Although, well, yeah, we'll let the children play. Yeah. Well, actually, they're older than you are. We'll figure it out. Yeah, that's a good idea, Captain. Mr. Captain. Captain's a rank. Grannon. I'll go with the Grannon. I'm gonna stick with that. Yeah.
Mr. Captain Grennan.
Mr. Captain.
Mr. Captain Brennan.
Vux and Dorja kind of look around like, why are we in this call?
Because you're presently in charge of the vessels that you are aboard.
And he has no idea about that necessarily.
Very good. Now, in order to make these arrangements, we're going to need to get out of whatever this strange interference space is.
Captain, I
Oh,
believe you've entered a layer of subspace. Not a particularly... I believe most humans refer to it in terms of depth, not a particularly deep layer of subspace away from normal space, but regardless.
We'll be there in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail. Don't worry about it. We can head straight there, and you can come with us. Just, don't go too far. Cause
Okay. But how do we get out?
we stay still, and you just go away. He nods.
Indeed.
All
This
right.
is a localized disturbance.
It's only a few light years, not that big a deal.
In the grand
you
scale of
can't.
things.
You can't tunnel through space. When we get there, we'll just reduce their output of subspace quantum interference across the Metronomen scale. So that should be helpful.
Right.
In which case, I think I may take the kismet.
Blink and go like, "Oh, what did you just say?" Sorry, go on.
In which case, if you would wait a short period, I think I might take my vessel and depart so that I can inform my superiors of what has gone on here. If you would like, Myth, you're welcome to stay with the Peltast and oversee this. Oversee this matter. I will handle the bureaucracy.
Very well, Captain. If my presence would not be either intrusive or harmful, I would certainly be curious to learn more about another form of synthetic life.
Good, we can all be friends. By the way, you don't need to use your little tinier ship. You can use your teleportation devices. Didn't really communicate that very clearly, but we needed to know if you could actually understand language. Sorry, that sounds insulting. But you know, it was an intelligence test. It sounds worse. You know what I mean.
The basic principle is understood, yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, you may as well come back on the shuttle. We're going to want it back.
Oh, right. Can't just make more of those. Well, you
We
can't.
can, however, we do not have infinite resources.
Yeah, no.
Especially not on a frontier colony. Or station. Or outpost.
Okay.
Well, it has been enlightening to meet you, Liar.
That I actually believe.
If there is nothing else, I believe we can return to our ship.
And we have the means of communicating back and forth with this vessel and our own.
Yes, we dropped the interference. We were trying to force you to not rely too much on automation, but still benefit from it. See how you react in a crisis. Well, crisis. He air quotes. You were fine. It's fine.
Indeed.
Yes.
And diplomatic team returns to the shuttle.
Yeah.
Very weird things that happen in Tiger Squadron. Very weird.
It'd be like, as we're going back, just Varder just describing to Myth what happened. It's like, it was weird.
Mythos. I'm most curious about learning more about these other life forms.
In the operations room of the station, some time has passed. You see right in the command chair, and she looks up at you, Pend. Good morning, Commander.
Good morning. Anything happening?
We just heard back from the Kismet. They seem to be on their way. Something about a set of pad. How did how did Captain Grennan put it? Yeah, they ran into a rather strange alien species. She gets out of the chair and hands you the pad.
Yeah.
So that's what the disappearing act was all about.
See, I told you there's nothing to be worried about.
Well, see, I was. She nods her head and gestures to a computer screen at the back.
Oh, head over.
You remember how we were waiting on the Quaqua to show up.
Mm-hmm.
It seems they're requesting our aid. The Chigo have started a war with the Woohoo Illuminated Worlds, and they want to see if the Federation is going to join. I very politely told her I would have to check with my superiors before I sent out my honorable fleet into battle. And I just kept that going for a while until she stopped demanding that I honor our alliance. She got heated, but I just, I've had people yell at me a lot louder than that. So, but I get the feeling she really wants us to show up. And
So,
yeah,
just to confirm, because you've just informed me that an ally wants us to go to war,
mm-hmm.
the Chigo are attacking the Woohoo, and the Quakeway are trying to stop that.
Yes. It violates one of the laws of some treaty that they agreed on. It kind of got garbled when she got shouty. She didn't seem very concerned with being very clear and concise.
I mean, considering how the Chigo have fallen back, they must be trying to consolidate their home system before trying again. Can you contact the Kismet?
Yeah. Yeah, we should be able to get them out.
Please do.
Communications, bring back the Kismet. Priority looks over at you. Priority 1, 2, or just normal?
Priority 1, because if this goes sideways, we're all in the shit.
Right. Priority 1. And with that, that will be the end of the episode.